Kò lè bàjẹ́ o. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa kò lè bàjẹ́ o. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa kò lè bàjẹ́ o. Kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́ rárá o. Kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́ rárá o. Kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́ rárá o. Kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́, kò lè bàjẹ́ rárá o, rárá o. Òjò rọ̀, ṣeré nínú ilé, má wọnú òjò, kí aṣọ rẹ má bàa tutù, kí òtútù má bàa mú ọ. Òjò rọ̀, ṣeré nínú ilé, má wọnú òjò, kí aṣọ rẹ má bàa tutù, kí òtútù má bàa mú ọ. Fi mí sílẹ̀, fi mí sílẹ̀, fi mí sílẹ̀, fi mí sílẹ̀. sing. Be the first to cast the stone. Mr. Jailer, Mr. Jailer man, Mr. Jailer man. I'm talking to you, jailer, jailer, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let him who is without sin be the first to cast the stone. Mr. Jailer, oh, Mr. Jailer man, oh, 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 Mr. Jailer man.
Hello everyone, welcome ladies and gentlemen from your break. Please, can you just move forward, please? We ask that you move forward so that it's better for, the cameras, also better for the people performing as well. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, the live band is still going to continue. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together for Tosinga, Yemi Konga, and Mr. Bayo Bello. They are going to coming together as a force to give us some Afro fusion. All right, so if you want to dance, it's fine. Please feel free. If you just want to enjoy the groove, just enjoy the groove. All right, and tell as many people as possible outside to please come inside. Please move forward. Please move forward. Please, please, please. Do you want me to? Please. Please move forward. Right, thank you very much. All right, I'll leave it to the band now. Thank you very much. Tosinga, Yemi Konga, and Mr. Bayo Bello.
Thank you, sir. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just gonna give you guys 1 minute to move forward. We have kings and queens and princes and beautiful, handsome people in here. So I give you time to take that beautiful and handsome walk forward. As the MC said, it's good for camera, it's good for video. We want to try to fill up, the space in front, just to also encourage, the brain behind this event, wonderful event. So please kindly move forward. If you guys can move forward to the middle somewhere and so that, yeah. Thank you so much. All right. So I want to thank everyone for coming. I also want to thank Namdi, right? Yeah, for inviting me here with my sister Tosinga and Mr. Bayo. Individually, my voice is really very loud. I don't know if there's someone that can fix this down there. But anyways, yes. So like I was saying, individually we're artists doing African jazz, promoting. So I think you guys just reduced the volume and didn't fix whatever. Okay? So we are artists from Nigeria based here in Atlanta. We do African jazz, world music. We continue to promote African culture through our music. So we are African ambassadors through music. So I want you guys to, give a round of applause for this event. Yes, I'm asking for that because this is a wonderful and a great concept and idea that's it's gonna get really big because we need this, right? I'm sure you guys can testify to that. So, you guys, you're great for coming here today. So, anyways, we are going to perform right now. The first song we are doing is Kabo. Kabo is a Yoruba song, my original song, yeah. So I'm going to use this song to welcome you guys to this event or project. Okay. Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Thank you. So guys, we are not just entertaining you guys, we will entertain each other. Okay? I did that because I wanted you guys to hear what you'll be singing. So when we say Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o. You say what?
Káàbọ̀.
I can't hear you. Thank you so much. Increase this volume a little bit. All right. So when it's time for you to do that, I'll let you know, okay? All right? And if you want to dance in the middle of it because the tempo is going to go higher, you can do that, okay? We're Africans. Okay. Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Okay. Adéyẹmí o, òkú àbọ̀. Adéyẹmí o, òǹlẹ́ o. Adéyẹmí o, òkú àbọ̀. Adéyẹmí o, òǹlẹ́ o. Adéyẹmí o, òkú àbọ̀. Adéyẹmí o, òǹlẹ́ o. Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ló dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa la dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
It's your time to sing o. Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa la dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa la dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o. A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
To singer, retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀. 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 Káàbọ̀.
káàbọ̀. Ṣé dáadáa la dé? A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
I can't hear you guys' voice. A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Retí rẹ o. Are you happy to be here? Eh? Mi ò gbọ́. I can't hear you. Louder. A ti ń retí rẹ o. A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
Káàbọ̀.
Hey, energy. Oya, 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 oya.
Káàbọ̀. Káàbọ̀.
A ti ń retí rẹ o.
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 Káàbọ̀.
All right. Now you guys are officially welcome. All right. So the next song we'll be doing now is titled Home. I know when you travel abroad, or if you're born here, you need to go back home to see what home looks like, right? Home is very, very important. And this song is an original song by Tosinga titled Home. Where are you from?
I'm from the Yoruba tribe in Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Uzabu, Zabu. Zabu. Uzabu, Zabu.
Hey, Yimba, hey.
All right, let's go.
1,000 times a day, the mind must escape the desert of illusion. Yeah, yeah. 1,000 times a day, flowing from our hearts is the river of inspiration. Yeah. At the end of your labor, home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is, don't you know? Yeah. At the end of your labor, home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is, don't you know? Ile o, ah. Ile la bosi mi, ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile o, ah. Ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile o, ah. Ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile. Listen to the song ringing loud and clear. It's calling the prodigal sons. Yeah, yeah. Although you have climbed Kilimanjaro and crossed the boundaries of the ocean, yeah. In the midst of your journey, home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is, don't you know? Yeah. In the midst of your journey, home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is, don't you know? Ile o, ah. Ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile o, ah. Ile la bosi mi yoko. Ile la bosi mi yoko. il est oh, ah, il est là bossimi, il est là bossimi yoko. Il est where there's peace, where there's love. Il est là bossimi yoko. Il est where there's harmony. Il est là bossimi yoko. Il est where there's inspiration now. Il est là bossimi oko. Il est oh, ah, il est oh, ah, il est là bossimi yoko. Il est oh, il est là bossimi yoko. Il est oh, ah, il est là bossimi oko. Il est ah, il est là bossimi oko. Il est oh, ah, il est là bossimi yoko. Il est ah, il est là bossimi yoko. Il est. Thank you very much.
All right. I feel your energy. What's your name, sir? Sam. That's my. Let me not tell you guys my middle name. But anyways, my middle name is Sam. So yeah. All right. Thank you guys for participating and Are you having fun? Are you sure? What's her name? What's my name? Eh? Oh my God. Where's Namdi? Please, my name is Yemi Konga. Oh, please, yeah, there, Yemi Konga. Ah, come on. Sam, come on, bro. All right, I love you guys. And that's Mr. Bello, in case you guys forgot. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're ready for the next song. Malaika. All right.
This is Malaika, is in Swahili, and it's from a song from Tanzania, made popular by Miriam Makeba, Mama Africa, and it means my angel. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Jacob. Malaika, nakupenda malaika.
You guys can tap your hand if you want dance.
Ningekuwa maliwe. Ningekuwa wadada. Nashindwa na mali sinawe. Ningekuwa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sinawe. Ningekuwa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana wezio. Nashindwa na mali sinawe. Ningekuwa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sinawe. Ningekuwa malaika.
gospel singer. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Are you guys still having fun? I think we have 2 more songs.
We can do Nkoboti. Nkoboti.
Okay. And then, okay. All right.
The song from South Africa.
Can you pause that song real quick? Can you pause it real quick? So we just want to let you guys know this event is for Africa in diaspora, correct? So we try to, choose some of our songs, other songs that are not original songs from other parts of Africa. So we're representing Africa. Thank you.
Komboti, Remazame, Komboti. I work hard every day to make my beer. Wake up early every morning to please my people with African beer. Unkomboti, 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 unkomboti. I make sure the fire burns to make my beer. Unkomboti, my special beer. Unkomboti is African beer. Ramadan, everybody, come and drink my magic beer. Ramadan, everybody, come and drink my African beer. I work hard to make them happy every weekend. Unkomboti, make them party to the rhythm, make them dance this magic beer. I wanna make you happy, I wanna make you smile, I wanna make you dance, dance. I'll make sure there's a party where they drink my special beer. Unkomboti is magic beer. Unkomboti is African beer. When my darling, everybody, come and drink my magic beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Where's that song from again? From South Africa.
South Africa.
Wow,
Yvonne
you guys
Chaka
are paying
Chaka.
attention. Clap for yourself. All right. So the last song we'll be doing right now is called Jingo. Can you say that? Jingo. Jingo. So, who wrote that song? Babatunde Olatunji. So, I think what Inamdi is doing today and with the group, and whoever is involved, as well, that's one of the things that, Babatunde Olatunji did back in the days where he spread the African percussion here in America, across Europe. So Babatunde Olatunji actually won a scholarship from Nigeria, came to the U.S. and, spread the love of African drumming and all that. So this was one of his popular songs that went, in this age, they call it viral, right? So I'm going to do that song. The song is more percussive and vocals than anything else. So I'm going to teach you the song real quick. Right? Sing after me. Jingo.
Jingo.
Jingo ba. Jingo. Jingo ba. 1, 2, go.
Jingo. Jingo ba.
Again. Jingo. Jingo ba. 1, 2, go.
Jingo. Jingo ba.
This is the other part. Jingo ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba.
Jingo ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba.
Jingo ba ba ko ba ba ko ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba ba go ba ba go ba.
Ha! Jingo, jingo ba.
2, 3. Jingo, jingo ba.
Man, you guys clap for yourself. Yes. It's a very, very difficult song to, sing, right? So, can you guys give us can anyone play drum here? Where's Namdi? He's not here. I was going to get him to sit there and play something. Okay, please come. The MC. Where's your partner? She's not here. She's somewhere else. She's supposed to dance. Come. Don't worry, come. We'll give you something to do. Right? Sit down. So you're going to play something very simple. Yes. All right. So I'll teach you what to do very soon. You can stand right here. All right. This man get ready. You want to take my job? All right. Yes. All right. Give us that thing. Jingle. Yeah. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Hey, are you guys feeling it? Yes. Jingo, jingo ba. 1, 2, go.
Jingo, jingo ba.
Oh yeah. Jingo ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba.
Jingo ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba.
Jingo ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba.
Jingo ba ba ko ba ba ko ba ba ko ba.
Jingo ba ba go ba ba go ba ba go ba.
Jingo, jingo ba.
Jingo, jingo ba.
All right. Thank you. So now we are going to sing together. It's not call and response. Yeah? So when I start, we go together. So it's jingo, jingo ba. Jingo, jingo ba. 4 times. Then jingo ba ba ko ba. Jingo ba ba ko ba. Jingo ba ba ko ba. Jingo ba ba ko ba ba ko ba ba ko ba. Jingo, jingo ba. I know some of you will forget. Don't play with musicians, okay? What we do is serious maths. I'll let you guys know now. It's a lot. So My man, I'm resting on you. All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's move fast. No, that's right. Thank you. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ yín o. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Jingle, jingle back. Jingle, jingle back. Ah. Jingle, jingle back. Jingle,
Jingle back.
The second one. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba ba koba koba. Hey! Jingle, jingle ba. Again from top. Jingle, jingle. Stand up, please. Jingle 2. Hey, hey, hey. Jingle, jingle back. You can clap your hands if you want. Jingle, jingle. Second one. Jingle baba goba. Jingle baba goba. Jingle baba goba. Jingle baba. The last one. Jingle baba goba baba goba baba.
Go back.
Jingle. Last time. Jingle.
Go,
Jingle back. Yes, sir. Jingle. Jingle back. Jingle. Jingle back. Yeah. Jingle. Jingle. Second. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba koba. Jingle baba
Go back.
Hey,
Jingle baba,
continue.
go baba,
Jingle baba go. Continue. Go baba.
Go back.
Hey, go baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba. I can't hear you. Hold it. Jingle baba go ba.
Jingle baba, go back.
Jingle baba go ba.
Jingle baba, go back.
Jingle baba go ba.
Jingle baba, go
Eh?
back.
Jingle baba go ba.
Jingle baba, go back.
Jingle baba go ba.
Jingle baba,
Speed it up. Jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Hey, jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Jingle baba go ba. Are you tired? Jingle ba. Last one. Jingle baba go baba go baba go ba. Hey, jingle, jingle ba. Please clap for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for Tosinga, Yemi, Konga, and Mr. Bayo. That was so wonderful. Amazing music.
All right. How was everybody's breakout sessions? Yeah, learned some good stuff. Anybody grab some food from our vendors? Any favorites that I need to try? Which one? Kitoto. Okay. Did anybody try from Chitty Bang Bang right up here? Yes, that was also good too. There's some puff puff. There's meat pie. There's an assortment of things. So please make sure you stop by there once we're done from in here. But we're gonna go ahead and jump into. Okay, got that. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and jump right into our panel session. This panel session is focused on going from corporate to commerce, and it's navigating career growth and entrepreneurship in a new land. Our moderator will be our wonderful host, Mr. Sheun Shobo. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Awesome, awesome. And we do have quite a few folks on the panel that this is going to be a really, really good one. So as you hear your name, please make your way to the stage. You can take these stairs or the one right around the corner. Tomi Hodonu. Let's give her a round of applause. Hello. Good to see you. All right. Sayu Abend. Please give her a round of applause. Sukomi Agbomeji. Not here? Oh, okay. Well, we're just going to give him a round of applause, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it today. So the last person is Nicholas Mockley. Also not here? Okay, so unfortunately, Mr. Nicholas had to leave, but we have some amazing, amazing folks on the panel. And Mr. Shobo, I would send it right to you.
Thank you very much, Chiamaka. So, welcome again. This is one of the amazing panels where we talking about navigating career growth and entrepreneurship in a new land. I just want everybody to introduce themselves properly. Just a few lines about yourself and what you do, so that everybody's familiar with. My name is Sheon Shobo, by the way. I'm a voice coach. I train people on how to use their voices better, and I also produce voice-based projects for people. So, in just one word, or one sentence.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tomi O'Donu. I am a director of technology strategy and agile enablement at Deluxe Corporation. I've been with the organization for the last 7 years. So is that enough?
Yeah, that's okay.
Just making sure.
Hi everyone, my name is Sayu Aben. I'm the CEO and founder of SpacePoint, which is a payments technology company. We've been in business for about 11 years and are enabled in about 16 countries.
Right. So we're going to take some very good questions here, and I will be talking to Tomi and Sanyu. I'm sure they have all the answers for you guys. But if you have any questions, also go on the Circle app and put it there, just in case if we see that, we can also answer it. So first of all, I'd like to ask Tomi and Sanyu, whoever wants to take that question first. What do Africans or African immigrants uniquely bring to corporate environments, and what often goes unrecognized or undervalued? Basically, what do you think African professionals are really good at? What value do they bring to the corporate environment?
Okay.
Who wants to go first? I want two of you to take that question.
Okay. So I would say it's the diversity. Right. A lot of times, African immigrants feel like, okay, I'm coming into a new country, I need to compromise and be who I am, but the diversity of where we grew up, you can actually take that and use that to your advantage. For example, most of us in here, hopefully, are Nigerian, and were colonized by the British. A lot of times, you could take that to be able to relate to different people on different aspects. And then being able to, because we're also well-traveled, you can talk to people about the places you've been to. You can understand the different avenues you can reach each and every single person. So for me, I would say that we bring the diversity, but sometimes we have to understand that where we come from is a different country. So bringing that to the forefront when you're talking to people is also very important.
Okay, I have a backup question to that, but let me let Sanyu go as well.
I think I would say ambition. Depending on what your journey was as you came here, you've heard the term, it's like Africans come here, some people come to go after a better life, to make it in life. The way we are raised generally, there's that hustle, a natural hustle. So in the years I was in corporate America, I've hardly seen Africans in the workforce that have not been like really brought their A game, hustle, because they know what they came here for. It's different from a kid being raised here without without understanding the struggles of their parents and just going into a job force. but different when your parents are, even if you were born here, but your parents are African immigrants, you know the struggle, you honor the struggle, and you want to make sure that the struggle was worth it. So I would say the ambition, the hustle to the job, and that is normally translates into a spirit of excellence on the job. Nigerians are very, go across states, you will see Nigerians in the corporate world very, they move in their jobs, they grow in their jobs because they bring that hustle and the ambition to the space.
Right. So ambition and diversity. But for diversity, I was also thinking in the space where now diversity means a lot, to different people. How do we communicate that in a way where people get what we're trying to, who we are, basically?
And when you said diversity means a lot, what type of diversity are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. That people say a lot about diversity, and we know what. I mean, we know the perception, or we're getting the perception of what the wrong perception of what diversity is. So, how do we communicate that in a very positive light, so that people know what we're doing is actually, or who we are is actually different from.
Okay. So, and I think I will answer that question by going back to the reason why we have diversity and inclusion in jobs is because we want different people from different aspects of life. When you see a problem, you're coming at it from a different solution.
Exactly.
Because of your background, your environment. So the reason why diversity is important is when you're with a company that actually wants diversity and appreciates the diversity, the way that I will solve a problem being a Nigerian immigrant is different from somebody that grew up here. So understanding that my way of understanding the problem, figuring out how to solve it, my diversity and my background would help me solve that problem a little bit better because of my background.
Right.
I hope that answers your question.
Very well, very well. Thank you very much. This is for Sunny, right? What internal and external signs let you know that it's time to pivot from employee to entrepreneur? Because I think you'd be able to, right?
The first thing is when you hit a lid. I always say watch out for environments where somebody has put a lid over you. So that was my first sign. It was a lid. I had given into an environment that was amazing from the perspective of the amount of training it brought me. I never curse what trained me, no matter what, even if I transition from that. But the first thing, when you see you have a lid, like I don't feel like I can grow beyond this. That was one of the initial signs for me. But also my contribution to where I was making where I was bigger and bigger. And I felt like, when you're doing something for somebody, you're doing it within their limitations. When you're doing something for you, then you're able to do your vision in the fullness of it. Some people take their personal vision and want to enforce it in somebody else's environment, and it doesn't work and they get frustrated. It's not your environment. But when you have a vision and it's time to move into that vision in the fullness of it, then that's one of the very, very telling signs that it's time to start thinking about what my contribution is, what I'm going to do, what it looks like, and stuff like that. So that was it for me. I had attained personally, I always like telling personal stories, but I had gotten to the position of being a vice president in a pretty big organization in Atlanta, and it was a lid. There was a lid there. I didn't see anybody from African descent, whether from Africa or here, going beyond VP. Some people feel comfortable when you reach a certain level and say, okay, that's good enough. But being able to do more, contribute more, bring more to the table, that was one of the telling signs.
Oh, fantastic. I think that deserves a round of applause. There's something to learn there. Okay, I think I would give Tommy this one. So, how do we advocate for our own visibility? And in that, it means what are some ways you've learned to speak up, or make sure that your ideas are noticed in a new system?
It's funny because I was just having this conversation in the break room. I think visibility is hard work. It's past your 9 to 5. It's the networking events that you're doing. It's raising your hand to take on that extra project so that you're visible, so people know your name.
Right.
And you want to have, and I always say every single person, you're your own brand. Whatever brand you build for yourself is what people are going to look for. So if you build a brand of, I solve problems, I give good solutions, I am easy to work with, then that becomes your brand. So that visibility is hard work, because that means the late nights. That means the hard work that you're doing. But you have to understand what your purpose is and where you're trying to get to, your personal goals versus what's happening within a corporation.
Fantastic. I was also going to add to that, saying that visibility is the bridge between your talent and credibility, right? So you have to get to a point where what is being visible is actually the essential truth of your brand or your personal brand. Don't act like what you're not, and when it's time to deliver, or you're visible about something that you're not, and when it's time to deliver, you don't deliver. So as much as possible, show your essential truth of value and put it out there. It's important that you put it out there. Don't be too humble about it. No, be confident about it. All right.
I was going to say something, piggyback on that. When he was talking, someone said to me years ago about somebody, said, let your charisma take you where your character can sustain you. So when you're talking about, to piggyback on all the things they said, it has to be something. It cannot be fluff. You can't go network on air. So you've got to put in the work. People have got to look at you and say, without James, without Sam, without whoever it is, this is not going to get done. What you're talking about, your brand, your reputation, let it be that you are executing. Years ago, when I was a project manager, many years ago, I was project manager, I remember I had an excuse for why my project failed. What happened on Tuesday, this what happened, and then on Wednesday, that's what happened, and my boss called me and said, come here. He said, if I've hired you to be a project manager and do this job, he said, tell me why I have to do the job for you. And it was very painful for me, but I went back to him and I said, thank you for correcting me and making me better. And that was when I put my foot on a term called execution, and that needed to be my brand. If someone relies on you to do something, do it, and do it well, so that when they call your name, that is who you are, and that is your brand, and it begins to speak for you.
Right.
Not on fluff. It must be substance.
Thank you for that. Now, this is an important question. I think two of you should also answer it, but I'll let Tommy go first. So how has your cultural background as an African immigrant influenced your approach to leadership, networking, and doing, business for your organization in the U.S.? So how has your being African contributed to your leadership style?
Okay, so to start off that question, because at first when you asked, I was like, how has it? I was asking myself the question because to give a bit of background about myself, I was born here, I was raised here.
Oh.
So my parents are Nigerian, but I consider myself Nigerian. So for me, what I've been able to do was look at those different aspects of my life. As a Nigerian immigrant, as a Black American woman, and be able to lead to that. And what it gives me is empathy, because I can understand when an immigrant is coming into the workplace and they're thinking about their accent. They're thinking about, oh, people are not understanding me. And I explain to them, your accent is your accent. It's just the footprint of wherever you've been. But the substance of what you speak is more important. So, and then understanding and having empathy as somebody that was raised here with the African American struggle, understand that I was lucky enough to be born to Nigerian parents, to be able to live in Nigeria, to see a society where we can see Black people rising. It was a homogeneous society where I could see rich Black people, I could see poor Black people. But maybe all you've seen are African Americans that have not done well. So understand that and know that as long as you keep on working, there are ways around it and you can break that barrier. So for me, that is what has helped me lean into that empathy on every aspect, not just because of race, not just because of culture, but as a mother, when you see parents in a workplace, when you see single parents in a workplace, understand and give them that grace, but expect the results. I don't care what time you work, we just have to get it done.
Right, right. I mean, I love that. Empathy is something that is needed in this time, right?
So as soon as he asked that question, I remembered when I'm sure a lot of parents, if you come back and say that somebody took first in the class, what will your parents say?
Do you have two heads?
Do they have two
Do
heads?
they have two heads?
Do they have two heads? It's funny, my American children, now they even know that straight up. So my kids are, whatever, first generation Nigerian American, or second generation. But it's the same thing. It's how we were raised was definitely go for it. I don't think, I was telling my husband is American, and I was telling my husband, I said, I actually applaud you. I said, because your ambition to become Leonard, to go to school was yours. He didn't have the pressure of his parents saying you must go to colleges. My children look at their classmates in shock now when they say, I think I'm going to take a gap here. They're like, I'm going to be beheaded if I even think about that. So it's the thing, it's like my husband getting his Juris Doctor was all he's doing. I said, no, mine was just pure fear of not surviving if I didn't become somebody. So I think our culture naturally as Africans, whether you were born in an affluent home or whether you were born in a home that needed, like was not as affluent, I think there are motivations around naturally how we think to make sure we become the best of what we can. So number one is either, my dad used to always say this, my dad was a policeman, and I grew up, and I thank God I grew up well. My dad was a leader in the country, so my dad was the head of the police force for Nigeria. But he used to always tell us something. He would say, I worked very hard for my name. And he says, if you can't do anything to improve it, he said, leave it where it is. And he said that all the time. And that's something that I've carried with me. It's not that I live my life about about doing more than my dad. It's about honoring the struggle, honoring a guy who didn't have money to go to university, but fought very, very hard to make sure that we did. And I tell my children the same thing. I tell them, I said, you've stood, as I stood on my parents' shoulders, you've stood on my shoulders. So my expectation is you do more, you do better, you do bigger. We feel that. We feel that where we come from. We feel whatever brought us here, we feel that honor of who our parents are, and we're taught that to, make your parents proud, make your parents, feel honored to have, to be your parents. Whether it's they're suffering, you guys know the Nigerian artist Moses Bliss. I remember I watched a video a few weeks ago. He was taking his mom to London, and you know what he said? He said a few years ago, he said we were selling leaves on the streets. But he came to a place where he has done well for himself, and his mom was crying. We all feel that, right? If we turn around and say this is who we are, this is what we have accomplished, then it's a big. So I think that drives a lot of who we are in the marketplace. We see each other as well. This person came, and this year I came, and this person has become this. How did they do it? What do I need to do to go there? So just that and our natural competitive nature as Africans. You realize that kids today, they don't get graded against each other. In Nigeria, when we were raised, at least my generation, you come first or you come last. That was just how it was. So you always be thinking about yourselves in comparison to other people. That was how you kind of like drew your value. So naturally, that cultural mindset is there when we come to the US as well.
Yeah, fantastic. I would also add resilience. One of the things I notice about Africans is we're very resilient. I remember a friend of mine who was a medical doctor now, we're back in Nigeria. He really wanted to be a medical doctor, and he said he was coming to America. This guy used to live in Ikorodu, right? I don't know if you know Ikorodu, if you lived in Lagos. And their house did not even have a toilet, right? It was that bad. But this guy was just so determined. And I think it was after he read Ben Carson's book or something, and he said he was going to come to America. This guy came to America, brought his whole family to America. I mean, I'm talking about his mother, his father, his 3 sisters, who also schooled here and graduated top of their class. He graduated top of his class as well. And at the end of the day, he's now a medical doctor in Oregon, doing really, really exceptionally well, right? And so are his sisters and his parents as well. So for me, I always look at that like, man, just imagine, imagine they were still back in Nigeria. Who knows, right? They're also successful now, doing well, all married, doing their thing. And, I think that's a picture of resilience. We're very, very resilient. And I think that for you, in here, you should put your hands together for yourselves. Like, man, I am resilient, right? Coming from Nigeria or Ghana, Senegal, Rwanda, you know, or a black American here, African American, please, you need to celebrate yourself. Okay, now this question will go back to some of you. How do you think platforms like AIM Collective can help bridge the information gap? For example, you know, what are the knowledge or, you know, what are the gaps in knowledge or access, you know, that you see in the community? Very quickly, that will be the last question.
All right. So I really love this. This is the first year I'm participating in this, and I have a lot of feedback for Stella and Namdi on this. I really feel like this is like a resource center. It's a resource universe where people can get trained. There's so many, I was talking to Stella earlier, I was like, this has to be bigger. This, not in terms of people, but this has to be bigger in terms of the agenda. The knowledge about how you grow in corporate world. Not everybody's called to entrepreneurship, so it can be entrepreneurship, it can be corporate world. How do you grow? How do you navigate it? Even how do you navigate a career? When I came to this country 32 years ago, I had just finished a degree in human anatomy. And it was one of those, you're going to medical school, I'm like, God forbid. Because at first I thought it was a good idea until I got in. I was like, no, this is not for me. But my dad was like, you started, you finished, then after that you can do engineering. But I came in here, so the first thing, you know what the first thing I did? I was so proud of myself. I became a certified nurse's aide. My job was $5 an hour. That's what I first did. But I stayed around people who were doing better than me, people who were pushing forward. So the next thing I did was I went and learned how to do 10 key. I started inching into it gradually and going, if you surround yourselves, and that's what AIM is, if you surround yourselves with the right people, your alignment determines your assignment and determines your altitude. Who you align yourself with, and that's what AIM is, will determine what you're going to do, and it will determine how far you go. Sometimes when you're isolated by yourself, you're not seeing it. You see your world from a very myopic perspective. But when you come in and see all kinds of things happening and all kinds of things going on, it now begins to really channel your journey. So AIM is fantastic. And I implore all of us to contribute to AIM in a way that drives this organization far and wide and
Wow.
big.
Amazing, amazing. Now, please, a round of applause. For Tommy, I was going to ask, what does thriving and not just surviving look like? What does it look like in your professional journey? And what role has community played, you know, in making that possible? And that means, like, you know, truly thriving and not just paying bills, you know, just really thriving in the corporate space, right?
So, and I think that's a good question because thriving in a corporate space, so I want to go back to another question because as I've been sitting here, you know, we talked about Nigerians being resilient, but we also have to understand second generation, third generation Nigerians are also coming into the workforce where they're not as resilient. I've had experiences. So they're not as resilient because they probably didn't have the struggles we saw our parents go through. Their parents probably didn't go through it. So understanding that community, understanding what the struggles are, understanding what we're fighting for. Like my parents came here in the 80s. Was it 80s? No, late 70s. So they were here through discrimination. They had to deal with a lot of uncertainty. But they came in, they had my siblings and I here. So I would say the aspect, what thriving in your career means is understanding that career. It's not about a paycheck. For me, my career is not just about, oh, I come in, I'm making this much money, I'm okay with that. It's about the influence I have. It's about the amount of people that I can work with, the amount of people that I can change the trajectory of their life. It's about being able to be in that room where I can mention different people's names. When people talk about the C-suite and they say, how come African Americans are not in the C-suite? Because there are not other people there to mention your name. So me working hard is not just about me, it's about the other people that I'm able to bring into those rooms.
Right.
So that is what thriving
Round of
means.
applause for that.
So that thriving means that I can influence the conversation in order to support my community, just like we see other communities being supported.
Absolutely. Thank you very much to our panelists, Tomi Hondonu and Sayu Abend. Thank you so much. For me, I would just like to conclude by saying, wherever you are, wherever you're planted at the moment, make sure you make an impact. Don't just be a figure there, be an impactful figure. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful time on this panel. Now we're going to be having a fireside chat. There's going to be a fireside chat now, which is titled From Entry Level to Executive, Lessons in Strategy and Resilience. I will call upon my co-host, who will be the moderator, Chiamaka Orji. Please, a round of applause for her. Also following will be Dayo Famakinwa. Is Dayo Famakinwa here? Is he coming? Oh, fantastic. A round of applause for Dayo. Can we also have Tofumi Arikwe? Tofumi, please. Is it Arikawe or Arikwe? Arikawe. Yeah, I know this name now. Let me help you. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the fireside chat from entry level to executive, lessons in strategy and resilience.
Thank you so much. So we're just going to quickly introduce ourselves before we jump into the questions. So as Shewa said, my name is Chiamaka Oji. I have the blessing and honor of leading change management for my organization, Chick-fil-A Supply. If you're not aware of what change management is, it literally is as it sounds, just managing through change, making sure people are engaged and adopt. So yeah, I'll transfer it over to you.
Takes multiple degrees to turn this on.
This one, yes, there we go.
Okay. My name is Dayo Famakinwa. I am a chief product officer at a company called Engage, which is based in Philadelphia. Before that, I was a vice president of product at Indeed. And before that, I was a vice president of product at a company called DataSite. When I am not doing my day job, I also invest in 2 startups in Nigeria as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tofumi Arikawe. I'm a business strategist. I'm currently director for global strategy and business planning at the Coca-Cola Company. Most of my career has been around strategy consulting, so I do a lot of development work, international development, before foraying fully into strategy and business. While I'm not doing business and strategy, I founded a leadership company called Leadership, and what we do is empower professionals to develop their leadership skills. I'm also a course instructor, so you might find me teaching or doing a master class somewhere. But very happy to be here. Thank you to the organizers for having us.
That's awesome. We're so happy to have you. Thank you. Yes, please give them a round of applause. There's a lot of knowledge and information on this stage that we're excited to get to a little bit more about. So this isn't one of the questions on here, but I'm very curious because I can't help myself. How did you guys start? Like, how did you get to these leadership positions that you're in now? And if you can just give us a brief background on how you got here.
Sure. So I did all of my university here in the U.S. After high school in Maiduguri, Borno State, Nigeria. And I studied management information systems for my undergrad. I have a master's degree in business. And by luck of the draw, this was right about 9/11, when I was about to move back to Nigeria because I couldn't find a job. I had been looking for 9 months. I managed to snag an internship interview with Microsoft. And once I got that job, I translated that into a full-time position. And then from there, my career took off. The big point I want to call out with my experience is that most of the big growths in my career, growth spurts, have been when I've had a very stable job, nothing going on, and I deliberately look out and say, what is next? I need to keep growing and taking very big swings and very big risk to get to the next thing.
That's awesome. Thank you. Tafumi?
Interestingly, I didn't know your bachelor's in management information system because I did the exact same thing. That was not planned. But I did, yes, MIS as well for my undergrad. And if you know how management information system works, you learn both computer science and you do some management and business. And so for me, I hated the computer science part. I probably
Same here, by
been
the way.
Really? Well, you're in
Same here
product. I hated it. I'm like, never, I'm not going to code. So I crammed my way through undergrad coding, just the coding part, by the way. But I really liked the management piece, the business piece, and so I knew that's what I wanted to do. So right from my second year, I started looking for internships. My first internship was as a business analyst in a logistics firm in Nigeria, and I just asked my friend, like, do your parents know anybody that can give me a job? And she's like, oh yeah. And her dad helped connect me with someone that gave me my first internship, and that was where I knew for sure I wanted to do business and help solve problems. I was supposed to be in the IT department, like fixing laptops and stuff, but I was uninterested. So when they are doing management meetings, I raise my hand up, can I join? I just want to hear and learn. And really that's where I started learning and understanding how business worked. I remember then I volunteered to do a project. Like then social media was not a thing. I'm like, you guys are nowhere online. So I remember my first project was on digital marketing. And from then on, I knew I wanted to be a consultant, I wanted to do strategy. And so after that, I went on to do consulting. Granted, I started with development work, international development work. And then after that, I did that for a couple of years. On the side, I worked as a business analyst as well, and then I went to do my MBA. And then after that, I went fully into strategy. Now, to the question about what changed the game for me, I think for me, I've never been afraid to do big or strange things. And I also created that to people in my life, and I guess we'll talk about it later. I just try things. Honestly, I don't know where I got the audacity from, maybe God. But I genuinely just try. I'm okay to get no's. No's are painful for me and they're hard, but I really just try. And so some of those things push me farther than, what I might have seen or what I might have expected, because I'm just like, I will just try. And the worst is that it's going to be a no. And again, from the first story I shared, where I just asked someone, do you know someone that can give me an internship? It's the same thing I do today. Just try, ask, apply. The worst is a no.
No, those are great call-outs, and thank you for mentioning that. It's funny that you guys said, I tried computer science as well, and that was absolute no for me. I did end up being an engineer, so my parents were happy with that. With that, I guess as you've advanced throughout your career, I feel like this mic is really loud. As you advance throughout your career, what has been one thing that nobody told you about advancing professionally in the US that you had to learn the hard way?
I can start. I think the biggest thing, and I see this with us from Africa a lot, is you have to advocate for yourself. It's the biggest point. You have to be your own cheerleader. In fact, I will take it a step further. At your job, on a monthly basis, all the things you achieve, start a Google Doc and start writing it out on a month-by-month basis. Because it's that catalog of achievements that will allow you to get and achieve to the next level. So that's something that nobody told me. At the same time, if you want to go beyond the 2, 4, 5% salary increase they give you every year, that doesn't even keep in track with inflation today, you really need to, when you're in a stable job and you feel that everything is good, you are very comfortable, when you feel that comfort, it's really time to do something else because you're not growing. So, and nobody will tell you that. And it's better to be looking out for the next thing to grow into when things are calm and stable than when they have layoffs at the company and now you're desperate and making tough decisions. So advocate for yourself, keep track of all your achievements because they will be useful either for promotion or for your next job. And when things are stable, it is the right time to start looking for that next opportunity. Instead of 2 to 4% increase in salary, you can get 20, 50%. So why are you suffering in silence at your job?
I think for me, 2 things I learned. First was that the corporate America culture is very show and tell. It's very, in quote, visibility driven. In fact, I know half of people that don't do half of nothing, but like
Impact.
they're just there, they're just talking like, and they finish talking like, what did this person say? Like, you can't even pick anything that really, really made sense. So it's very like that. And so for me, it was something I had to change my mindset. Of course, do my work, but like also, make sure you're visible, make sure that you're like speaking up, as Dio said. The other thing for me was like the work culture. So I'm privileged. I've worked in the UK. I've worked in Nigeria. When we worked out there, especially in the UK people don't even play 8 to 5. Like after that, they're done. Don't look for them. But here it's so different, and I wish someone told me when I was coming, because I just took the same mindset. And then sometimes you get to work. I remember I came my first time. I got to work like 9. Everybody looked like they had been working for like 2 hours. But in my Lagos job, like, I get to work by 9, and nobody disturbs me. So like that's on the soft side, but just adjusting that mindset of like how the corporate culture works. If they work 12 hours in your company, adjust yourself and work 12 hours. At least at the start. Maybe when you like grow and you feel like you have flexibility and you're proving yourself, you can adjust. But like that's such a thing here, and so that was a culture shock for me.
Let me add one more thing. Also, before you are a people leader or a director, it's really about your competence in your functional role. How can you do your job excellently? Once you become a people leader, director, VP, senior director, it's about being good at your job, being a very good communicator, and your relationships. I would say 60% relationships. All those deals and decisions are made because people like other people and they have good relationships together. So you need to work on that.
You definitely read my mind, because that was going to be the thing that I was going to add to it, because I even feel it starts off before you become a people leader, establishing relationships, because I think sometimes we focus so much on output 100% when you should be sprinkling in some percentage of growing relationships, networking within organizations outside of that, among the people in the room as well, because a lot of times most promotions or even new positions happen from, oh, I met that person that does this work. Oh, let me see if they would be interested in that. So that's another thing I would add to that. So I guess with that, what is your relationship when you think about mentoring, especially in your positions that you are in now? I know you get approached a lot. Hey, can you be my mentor? Things like that. How do you feel about mentorship? And so Tofumi, I'll kick this one off.
100%. For me, there's no me without God, but there's also no me without my mentors. 100%. And for me, I'm very lucky to have older siblings. So I've had mentorship even from home. But even the other people outside, like, they help me see farther. And I think they say standing on the shoulder of giants is true. It's not just a proverb. It's a real thing. And so for me, one, mentors have helped me see farther. They've helped me thought 10 steps ahead. So for example, while my peers, for example, if maybe everyone in my peer now is at the stage of wearing black skirts, for example, and my mentors are at the stage of everyone wearing red skirts, I'm already there because they're showing me that's what it is, that's the in thing. And so for me, that's what mentorship has helped me do. It has helped me grow faster, think faster. It has also helped me avoid a lot of mistakes that people have made, or even if I was close to making a mistake, it has helped me do that. And I also say mentorship is not only like one-to-one of people that you can see. I learn a lot. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, just watching people, seeing what they do. Even if I don't talk to them one-to-one, the things that they've done, the ideas that they share kind of help me elevate my thinking. The third thing I'll say is mentors have also opened doors for me, like beyond advice or beyond just do this with. Some of them have literally opened doors for me and say, hey, Tofumi can do this and she's going to do it. Or advocated for me where I couldn't speak for myself. And that kind of crosses the line between mentorship and sponsorship, but some people also, serve the same purpose for you. So those have been extremely critical, and I don't think that even now continue to grow without mentors. I think it's absolutely critical for me or anyone.
Mentors have played a very important role in my life, both formal mentors in the workplace, professionally, and informal mentors as well. I think the first, let me say, they prevent you from making easy mistakes that you can avoid, so you can have an easier path than they had. I will start with relationships. Mentors I've had have taught me to really invest in relationships, like I said. If today for whatever reason, my CEO, my boss goes, Dio, you're not doing what we need to do, you're out of the job, I can count 5 to 10 people I can text today or send a message on WhatsApp that will find me a new gig within 2 weeks, if I really wanted to. I mean, granted, some interview processes are longer, but you get the gist. 2, they also taught me that you have to treat your career like a real Silicon Valley startup. A lot of people are like leaves where the wind blows, you move in this direction. You need to be very deliberate and nurse your career like a startup. What does that mean? You need to have a very clear, I think I was telling Tony or someone in the break room, you need to have a very clear vision as to where you want to go in 5 years. Of all the things, that is really the hardest part. What do you want to be in 5 years? You may not have a role in mind, but you have things that you are very good at. Think about all the things that people tell you every day that, you did that so easily, you're very good at that. Those are some of the things you're good at and you need to observe. So putting it all together, they've taught me how to think that really success, at least from a financial security standpoint, is about knowing what you're good at, what you like to do, and what will get you financial security, and figuring out where you land in the middle of that circle.
That is amazing. And I love how you said, think of your career as a startup. That it requires so much investment in thought and effort so that you're in more control. It's not going to be perfect, but you're in more control. And I also love, Tofumi, how you called out the difference between mentorship and sponsorship, because there's a clear delineation between that. So thank you for that. So Daya, I'll kick off this question with you. So now being in the position that you're in, that you both are in leadership positions, what has it looked like pulling up immigrants when you're thinking about hiring, when you're thinking about adding people to your team? What has that looked like for you so far? And what are some challenges or great things that you've experienced in that?
Sure. I love our immigrant community. I think on the teams that I lead, I think strength is really about diversity and people who bring in different ideas. So when you look at my current company and the company I was at before this, it's a mix of, I have a lot of female leaders on my team. I have Asian leaders. When I find our Africans, I really hone in and try to make sure they get to the next stage of the interview if I can. As long as I see that they're hungry and interested in doing the hard work. Every now and then I take on new mentees that I can mentor along the way, but I think just professionally, I try to invest in making sure that we have a very diverse pool of people, because I think that gives you different ideas as to how to solve problems in my industry.
I think for me, I would say in terms of, first, I'm a product of diverse person or an immigrant. My current boss is African. My boss's boss, was Brazilian. I have Pakistanis on my team. I have Asians, I have Americans. The point is, it goes both ways. Like when people have pulled you up, you also pull others up. And then also, even if you're not in a situation where you have the direct control to pull others up, people in your circle, like for example, my Mexican colleagues or Pakistani colleagues, like I take the extra effort to say, hey, are you okay? Or for example, like they may be saying something or communicating something, maybe because of their accent or the way they're used to speaking, others don't understand. It's making the extra effort to help them, like bring that together, help people see their perspective and giving them grace. I think that's so important. That's one thing we kind of forget. There's the bigger thing of like hiring someone, but there's also the thing of helping people thrive and helping people grow, right? The other piece as well is just being ready to do the work. You know, I think I was talking to someone here today. I'm like, it's one thing to refer you, but they also need to be sure that you can do the work. Because again, I remember my boss told me this. It's like, hey, people are first of all going to judge me because you're African and I'm African. And we know that we have to like work, hard. So you need to make sure like you can do the work, but make sure you can, like you show that you do the work. So the question of can you do the work is gone. Yes, they may say, oh, you might be different, but is your competency there is one thing. So that's also one thing we all need to think about as well. Many times you don't get things as easy as others, and it's okay, we have to make peace with it, but do what you have to do, and then everything else will be, in quotes, easier.
I want to make one more point. what she said about competence is very important because as you bring these people on, we that look different from Africa, we need to work a little bit extra hard to prove, and it's not fair, but it is true, we need to prove that we have the competence and we belong in those seats and at those tables. So you just have to keep that in mind that as far as doing the work itself, you cannot leave any room that you don't know how to do the job.
That's a great point. So now that you're kind of in this position of leadership, do you have one point, like one inflection point throughout your career where you felt like you went from surviving to thriving? Do you have that one moment that you can remember, or season?
I can go first on this one. So I have an example here. So over 10 years ago, I was a group product manager at a company. This company had been a great company in the past. They were making $1 billion, but then they had bad investors, bad VCs, and they ended up selling most of the divisions. So much so that the company ended up with revenue of about $150 million when I joined, because they sold off all the other pieces, private equity guys. So when I joined, they hired me as a platform a group product manager. Within the first 9 months, I was the first person to come in. I launched their first mobile app. I built their new microservice architecture. And everybody was like, holy crap, this new guy, is getting stuff done. And then, during an all hands, we're talking about how we don't have a full strategy for the main product that was doing about $130 million. And over a couple of months, weekends, I would look at NPS scores from the last year. I would look at customer feedback. And I essentially, without anybody telling me, went and wrote a vision and strategy for the main product and presented it to the CPO and the CEO of the company. They liked it. The VP that was working on that product, they told me, you know what, you should go and sit under her and start leading those teams to revamp our product line. After doing that for about 3 months, they pulled her off and they elevated me to report to the CPO. And everybody started looking at me going, Dio, what should we do next? And I think it was, and at the end of it, by the time I left the company, that company was doing $700 million on that product. So.
That is amazing. I think that's the perfect example because nobody asked you to do that. You found a gap.
Yes.
And decided to lean in fully.
Yes.
And wasn't afraid. I think that's the thing. It's like you might find the gap and you're like, nobody asked me to do it. So
you have to.
And you leaned in and shared the information that you found out, and you weren't scared for that level of visibility. So that's a perfect.
Well, trust
example.
me, I was scared.
Oh,
but,
yes,
but we did
but you still pushed through the fear. You still pushed through the fear. That's awesome. Tofumi, can you think of a story?
Yes. First of all, I have to say I'm still on my journey, so I'm not yet thriving in code. So in case my destiny helper is here, please help me. Me, I'm not like Dario. But one story I can remember is, and I think earlier in my career, there's this thing adulting does to you. You just tend to be less, should I say, inquisitive or less starry-eyed. Earlier in my career, I was I wasn't shy or afraid to ask. The story I told you all, I went to a manager and I said, please, I want to be part. How old was I? I don't know, 16 or something ridiculous. And so that mindset helped me. When I got my first two roles, I was never scared. I would go to like the managing partner and say, hey, this is the next project I'm thinking about, or hey, this is how I want to grow, this is what I want to do. And those things help. So it's not necessarily one thing in particular, but it's that mindset of not being afraid to actually ask. Like, no one's going to bite you. And now, I have to be honest, it's harder now because now the stakes are higher. Yeah. So I kind of ask the dumb questions I could ask then. But it's still that same mindset. I will still walk up to a president at my office and say, hey, I met you at this meeting. I'd like to chat. But then I remember the president told me, many people don't follow up. I met him in another country for another meeting, and then we came back to Atlanta. I said, hey, we met, we had lunch. Like, oh, that's true, let's catch up. And then people wonder, well, how come you're meeting this guy? Well, we just sat beside each other at lunch, and I followed up, and I said, can I talk to you? So it's never been afraid to do that. I think those things have really changed the game for me, because then I've had opportunities I otherwise might not have had, or access I otherwise might not have had, just because I'm not scared to be, bright-eyed and just ask and be inquisitive. So.
No, that's awesome. I remember somebody saying that leaders are usually pretty lonely in in the office because everybody looks at them as this high and mighty, can't talk to them, can't speak to them. So when they have somebody that follows up and wants to engage with them, it usually sticks because
like
they're
talking. They want to keep sharing their story. They want to
Exactly.
feel great. Talk to me. I want advice. Just tell me, you know. So,
And just adding on what you said there, if you're wondering what you're going to talk to them about, most leaders, they have an ego too. You go, you pet your ego, and then what they usually lack that you might have is insights about how the company is doing. So if you have key insights this leader might not have, you can use that as your in to go and have that conversation.
No, that's great. So I know I'm going to kind of feed off of what you said about finding a common ground with a leader. So I know the in thing now is golf. I am not a golfer. I know nothing about football. If there's a Super Bowl, that's the only day I know. So what habits, did you have to form any habits being in the roles that you're in now just to feel like you can have something to identify being most likely the only one in the room? And if so, what are those?
All of them. All of them. I have golf clubs. I go watch football. I've been to the Super Bowl, baseball. I don't know what's going on, but I am there. I am there. Look, there is no company I've worked at where the CEO doesn't know me, CMO, head of like sales, everybody. Because again, you have to lean into what they like to do, and I also give them a perspective of what it's like to be African. I've even had times at my previous company where I've invited people from my team to a goat party at my house, where I serve them jollof rice, I serve them Nigerian food, and for them it's a very unique experience that they haven't had, but that allows us to bond as well.
That's awesome.
for me, I haven't picked up anything new yet. I should try, but I lean, I lean into the things that I already do or like upgrade them. For example, I love to cook, so like sometimes in like team meetings, fun fact about it, I'll show them like a screenshot of like all the 1,000 recipes I've saved. That always gets people talking. I say, oh, you cook dinner every night? Yes, I cook dinner almost every night. And like, oh, they're curious, what do you cook? What kind of things I like to cook? I also travel quite a bit when I can, so I also try to share experiences from a place I've been or people I met or a different office where I met someone. So that's also something I try to lean into. I also try to make conversation. I don't think I'm necessarily very good at it yet because I'm a mix. I was saying in the breakout room, sometimes I like to be inside, sometimes I like to be outside. So I try to learn how to have conversations with people. I remember it was my teammate that told me that like, hey, like here you have to learn small talk. You don't like it, but like you have to learn small talk. So for me, that's one thing I'm trying to pick up, but at least useful small talk, not like.
No, that was a big thing for me in terms of transition as an immigrant, is small talk. I was terrible at small talk. I was so bad. But I think that could be like a whole training for us immigrants, is like how to do small talk. Because I think Americans do it so well. But for us, when we're having a conversation with somebody, it's like, let's go straight to the point. Like, what are we here for?
Really? Really?
Yes, I feel like
I can't talk
it.
about the weather for 10 minutes.
For me, it took me a while because I'm like, okay, I have to, all right, is the sky blue? Is it raining outside? Did you mow the lawn today? Like, what are we doing? So yes, I think you guys touched on some great
If
points.
I add to that,
Yes,
sorry.
please.
There's also something about also your training. It also depends. Like for me, I trained as a consultant. Your training is get to the point. It's top down. What do you need? Then you can start giving bullet points. Here's the other way around. So it's also so hard for you. So you also have to be self-aware to understand how you naturally are. If you've been trained to like just get whatever it is done, it's so hard, right? So.
No, that's a great point. So I have one more question for you guys. So being because this kind of is going to summarize because it's going to be our last one, but being the only, I'm guessing most of the time, the only ones or one of the few people in the rooms and level of leadership that you're in, how are you able to still be yourself and hone in on being an immigrant and your culture while also being a part and being the only one in the room?
I think one thing, first of all, I have to acknowledge that it can be hard. And I wouldn't brush it over and then give you tips to make you look like it's always, it can be hard to like not have someone that gets the joke. Or you make a joke and you're not really sure they got the joke. It's only your fellow Nigerian African that can get it. So it tends to be hard. But I think one thing that grounds me is you are who you are, ultimately. there are a few things you might polish up, whatnot, but you're who you are, and that's the only thing that's going to be sustainable. And so for me, I lead first with who I am. I'm not going to try to be what I'm not, because in 2 years' time, I'm not going to be able to keep up with it. So I think that's the first starting point, to just always be authentic, be who you are. Second thing is also, for me, I also lead with the value that I provide, I bring. I'm very big on preparation. It's very unlikely that I will not prepare for anything, even the most random thing. My husband is always amazed, but it's fine. That for me is my superpower. So even if I'm the only one, I'm the odd one, you can rest assured that I know what I'm doing. And if I don't, I'll tell you up front. So that also helps to kind of, take the edge of being the only one. The other thing also is also understanding that while you might be the different one in terms of skin color, other people are different in other ways. For example, all of us here are African immigrants, but some people are stronger in analytics, some people are stronger in storytelling, or you're weaker in something else. So the point is, everybody has one thing that they struggle with or they are othering. And that would also kind of help your mindset to say, hey, I'm the only other physically, but like someone has one other thing they are struggling with, I'm better or something else. And so that helps your mindset, or helps my mindset, right, in the rooms that I'm in. And also on the hard days, it's hard, you go home, complain, you brush it off, come back again the next day like nothing happened.
Dayo, you want to add to that?
I lead with being authentic. I am first and foremost Nigerian. I grew up in Maiduguri, Borno State, Yoruba boy in Maiduguri. And that's the person they're going to get. I stay true to my values. Since I've been a director, I think I've been the only black person in most of these rooms, except when I was at Indeed, where we had one other African-American guy, and we used to joke about it. We'll be in the meeting and look at each other and, fist pump. But I also lead with data. For me, being competent and coming across as competent is very, very important. My core skill is I can assimilate very complex information and make decisions fairly quickly, understand it, and then make decisions very quickly. So for me, when I say lead with data, if you think about it this way, I view a lot of my decision-making as a two-sided door, meaning if the outcome from the decision you're making and the consequence is going to be small, I do not waste as much time as I need to in making that decision, because I'm happy to be wrong if I make the wrong decision. It's a two-sided door. I walk in, I don't like what I see, we make a mistake, and I walk back out. We make a different decision. And I'm very clear with my team that, look, I don't know if this is the right decision. Here is my thinking of how I got there with the data that I have, and that's how I made the decision. Now, if it's a bigger consequence decision, like we're going to spend a ton of money, then I try to be a bit more judicious and slow down my decision making before I get there.
And I love how you both highlighted your superpowers. So that's crucial to know.
I was teeing off her.
You were make sure you know your superpowers, because that, of course, helps you stay authentic. But please, let's give an amazing round of applause to Dayo and Tufumi. Thank you both so much. Thank you. All right. Good to see you too. All right, so we did this with the group that came in earlier today, or that were earlier, which a few people are still here. If you have not, please be sure to follow at African Immigrant Collective on social media. I'm seeing some people on their phones. I'm seeing people not on their phones.
Yes, please bring out your phones.
If you can, make sure you
Follow
are.
African Immigrant Collective. Also, if you have any posts that you're making, please hashtag AIM Summit 25. Hashtag AIM Summit 25. So if there's any post you're making, which you should please, we want to see your post online, right? Please hashtag AIM Summit 25. Please also, there will be the barcode. Please scan the barcode as well to join the Circle community. If you love what is going on here and you want to be part of what is going on here, please scan the barcode so that we can, of course, have you in the ecosystem and in the community as well. Join it's called the Circle Community. Please, we would like to see you there. Make sure that you scan the barcode so that you can sign in and then be part of the Circle Community. Okay, I think we're about to go to our next.
Yes, we are. So I have the absolute pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker. I'm pretty sure if he had a choice, he would not have picked me. But guess what? I have the mic. So we are super excited to have Mr. Innocent Hadebe. Mr. Innocent Hadebe is a distinguished leader in operational excellence. He's known for driving strategic innovation and transformative results across diverse industry. He has a strong foundation in automated manufacturing, robotics, industrial engineering, along with an MBA in operations. Innocent brings a rare blend of technical expertise and business acumen to every role he undertakes. He's led in key industries and organizations such as Goodrich, TTI, and he's led impactful initiatives that improved workflows, enhanced quality, and delivered cost savings. Currently, he serves as the Director of Business of the Center of Business Excellence at Chick-fil-A. Innocent oversees engineering strategies, reporting systems, and change management. Beyond his professional achievements, Innocent is also the founder of a nonprofit organization called the Lot Water Project, which provides clean water to undeserved communities in Zimbabwe. He also leads the Innocent Leadership Group, where he mentors aspiring professionals. So outside of the stuff that I read, Innocent is truly the example of bringing your people along with you, because he's the one that I have the pleasure of serving under at Chick-fil-A. So with a warm welcome, please give a warm round of applause to our keynote speaker, Mr. Innocent Hadebe. You were worried? I didn't do too bad, y'all, did I? I told you I would be nice.
Good afternoon. Like I said, I was worried because if you give Chia the mic to talk about me, anything can go. So, but thank you for that warm welcome. So it's a pleasure to be in front of you. I've taken the time, I was sitting at the back just listening and just soaking in just the knowledge, the nuggets. I noted a few things, and I hashtagged a few things. Like she says, I have a leadership group that I lead under Innocent Leadership Group. And so I've kind of noted a few things that I think the next time I sit down with leaders, I can actually tap into that and use that. So thank you for having me. I heard that I'm going to be doing devotion today. So if you can open your Bibles with me, I would love that. But all joking aside, thank you for having me. And honestly, I'll start with going to the Bible because as immigrants, we are not the first ones to migrate from where we come from to go to a foreign land. It happened in the Bible. So I'll start right there, and then we'll go into our conversation today. So I have a scripture passage from Genesis 12, verse 1 is to 3. And it reads as follows. The Lord said to Abram, go from your country, your people, your father's household, to the land I'll show you. I'll bless you, and all the peoples on the earth will be blessed through you. So I want us to get us calibrated on that, to understand that as we journeyed from where we came from, we are not the first ones to do that. Some folks were commanded before us to do what we just are doing right now. So I want to thank you today for having me stand in front of you. All the distinguished guests that came up and spoke. I want to talk to the community leaders and some of the elders that came before me, and all these emerging change makers that are in the room today. I just wanted to thank you and the honored friends that we have. It is both a pleasure and just a responsibility to stand before you today in a room full of visionaries who carry the legacy of Africa in their hearts and the promise of the future in your hands. Our gathering today is more than a conference. It is a homecoming of purpose, a celebration of identity, and a declaration of possibility as a movement and also as a people who have journeyed far, never lost sight of where we came from. We're here to talk about the African immigrant, not just the struggle. We're here to talk about the rise, about thriving beyond borders and unlocking collective potential. We have all crossed borders, not just geographical, but emotional, psychological, and generational. We have braved new systems, redefined our names in foreign tongues, and rebuilt our lives brick by brick. Yet, we are not defined by the struggle, but we are shaped by it. Our journey has demanded more than just endurance. The African immigrant story is not just one of survival. It is a story of adaptation, elevation, and reinvention. To thrive beyond borders is to know who you are when the world forgets where you come from. It is the walk into any boardroom, any classroom, any church, any grocery store, carrying that power of our ancestors and that loud vision of our future. To be an African American or African immigrant in the diaspora is to live in between. We live in between our home countries and our host countries. We live in between our traditions and the transformation. We live in between the stories we were told growing up and the futures we are building. We are multilingual, we are multicultural, we're multi-talented. But let me be honest, the path is not paved evenly. Our stories don't always begin with ease. Many of us face unspoken ceilings, whether it's accent bias, whether it's visa restrictions, whether it's systemic exclusion, or just self-doubt. We are told to shrink. We are told to assimilate. We are told to be grateful enough without asking for more. But despite all of that, look at us. We're just not surviving, we're thriving. Look around. We're doctors, teachers, plumbers, nurses, policymakers, visionaries. But our power does not stop in individual success. Because one of us, when they rise, it's very inspiring. But when we rise together, it's unstoppable. So today I want to challenge that mindset. We must not just belong. We must build. We must own. And we must lead. Thriving beyond borders means more than just having a good job, having a nice home. It means freedom. Freedom to create, freedom to lead, and freedom to belong. It means understanding that borders may shape geography, but they don't shape your identity. We carry our ancestors' strength. We carry Africa in our names, in our languages, in our food, and in our spirit. Thriving beyond borders is not assimilating. It is integration with integrity. Think about it. When you are an entrepreneur starting from your kitchen table, or you are a student finding your voice, or maybe you are a seasoned professional bridging between two continents, remember this. You are part of the African solution. You are part of the African solution to the global equation. Collective empowerment here is the goal. We really need to move from isolation to connection. We need to move from competition to collaboration. I need to repeat this, especially speaking to Africans. We need to move from competition to collaboration. Imagine a time when elders pass down wisdom to the young ones. A time when young professionals can uplift the next generation. A time when entrepreneurs can invest in each other's businesses. A time when us, as the diaspora, are giving back not just money, but ideas, networks, and our time. That, my friends, is unlocking our collective potential, not just by going further, but by bringing others along with us. And let me be clear, Africa does not just export minerals, cocoa, or coffee. Africa exports minds, talent, culture, innovation, and courage. It is time as a diaspora to harness that strategic force and come out of this mindset of this scattered seeds type of thinking. But I want to call us to action. There are 4 questions that I want to ask this group to see if we can move into action. Number 1, who are you mentoring? We need to start to learn to mentor across generations. We need to have seasoned professionals lift up those that are coming behind them. We need to have emerging leaders bringing up bold ideas, but humble enough to listen to wisdom. Number 2, what community are you building? We need to start investing in one another. We need to start creating supportive ecosystems that circulate our dollars in our communities by amplifying all the African-led initiatives that will start to help us drive and create our own capital pipelines. Then the third question, how are you using your success to uplift others? We need to start to lead with integrity. Whether you are here or is back home, we must be the kind of leaders we needed when we first came to this country. Be that leader. And number 4, who is telling your story? We need to own the narrative of our story. We need to be able to tell our stories, and we need to tell it well, and we need to tell it with African pride. And as I conclude this afternoon, I want to remind us that we did not come in here to blend in. We came to build legacies. We came to make the world see what is possible when culture meets courage and when tradition meets transformation. We cannot afford to move alone. We must build alliances across generations, across tribes, and across nations. Our future hinges on that unity, not just as Zimbabweans, South Africans, Nigerians, Ethiopians. No. We need to let the world say this about us. They came from many nations, but they stood as one. They honored their roots, they broke the ceilings, and they left the door open for the people coming behind them. We don't just thrive, ladies and gentlemen. We thrive beyond borders, united as one. Thank you.
Can you put a hands together again once more for Mr. Hadere, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, what a day. So when we started, I said, turn to your neighbor and say, you are the change I've been waiting for, right? So now I want you to say that again this time, because now you've gotten some really great content, and I want you to think about the kind of change that you are already. So turn to your neighbor and say, you are the change I've been waiting for. And to your other neighbor, say, I am the change you've been waiting for. So my assignment here is really simple. I have the privilege of being up and close with this person. So it's one thing to dream, another thing to really execute. And to see how someone can sacrifice day in and day out for this dream. To see how someone can put his hand in his pocket and bring out for this dream. To see how someone can have sleepless nights for this dream. You know, the gift of time is that it really exposes people's character and who they are authentically. And when you're really up and close, you can really see the ups and the downs. And so I really count it a privilege that I'm here to really welcome him to this stage, because whatever he is selling, I want you to buy. And when he says jump, I want you to ask how high, because I have not seen anyone who is super passionate about this assignment, about this mission, about this cause, that he will spend himself to the last penny just to make this happen. And so it is my privilege and my honor, and what a blessing it is to welcome on stage the founder of the African Immigrant Collective, Dr. Nnamdi Chukwuemeka Iheanacho. Can you please put your hands together for him as he comes? Keep putting those hands together, keep putting those hands together.
I was beginning to wonder, who is that? What are they talking about? Wow, what a day. I think from this point on, Stella does my introductions. that was incredible. Thank you so much. And yes, it's one thing to dream and chase, but I think it doesn't happen without support, without your support system, without a ruthless executor, and that's what Stella is. And nobody is safe when it's time to, when she buys into a vision, nobody, and I'm talking about including myself, like, relax. But I always say she's my secret weapon. So she's incredible. If you all of our speakers kind of got a dose of the greatness of Stella and all of the greatness that she is, and I really want to take time to celebrate and appreciate her for all she does within the African Immigrant Collective as our CEO. She's amazing. She's incredible. Want to quickly also appreciate everyone. I want to ask everyone to do me a favor, or maybe somebody at the back. Please tell people outside to come inside. I know we'll continue networking, but this is very important for us. If somebody can just say, if you're not having an emergency, please come inside. Let's have this moment together, because this is pivotal. Now, this is, after I'm done, there's still one more panel, so please don't be in a hurry to leave. I know a lot of people have left, but this is important. Thank you all again for being here. Thank you so much. When we talk about thriving beyond borders, you don't thrive beyond borders by yourself. And so the power, and that's why the keynote speech, there's just so much value to take away from it, right? There's only a limit to how far we can go running solo. And my journey and our journey to AIM has been full of that. It's been about people and connections, right? The reason why we started this, I'll take us back a little bit to how AIM was born and how we started this journey out. I started my immigrant journey, came to do my master's degree here in the US, just like many of us, F1, visa. I had one of my friends, he was here, I can't find him anymore, he's left. But he said F1 is like, it's like smack of the beast on your head. When it's time to apply for a job, if you have OPT, employers are like, I don't want to talk to this person. And, going through that and then having to deal with the consequence of, I know I'm really good at this. I've interviewed better than everybody else. I literally did an interview in when I was trying to get into programs, not a co-op, but we had this exchange programs in school then that they would come and hire from UNC because they had partnerships. And after the interview, our career person literally told me, Nnamdi, you are the best interview, they told me. And then after a while, they went ghost. And that broke my spirit. In my mind, I already saw myself working for, the bank is merged now, so I can call their name BB&T. Right? I saw myself working, I saw myself doing rotations and traveling. I saw it. And it was just gone like that. And there were so many other heartbreaking moments. But the thing is, I didn't have a place to go ask questions. Okay, what do I need to do differently? If you're in my situation, where I was, there was nobody else who could relate to my story, who could relate to my journey. So eventually I left Wilmington and moved to Atlanta. And in 3 months, I was able to get a job that was going to give me sponsorship. The first job, and I'm going to tell some personal stories. The first job I got, the whole time I didn't know SAI used to work at Income then. But that was the first encounter where myself and SAI, we worked together. But why did I go for that job? There was a friend or a friend of a friend in our circle who came one day and said, hey, I got my sponsorship. And this was the company that sponsored me. And so when that same company was going to interview me, I was like, we die here. we're not going. But I took that, I got 2 offers, one in charter in North Carolina to go to South Carolina, and then the one here. The charter one was going to pay more. But I know they filed for somebody in this one. And so I took less and stayed, and took the job at Income. I made that decision because of the people around me. Because I finally saw people who were navigating the journey like myself. I got into the path we've had a lot of computer science and information systems people. I've also been in that lane, computer engineering as my bachelor's, computer science, information systems, master's degree, all of that. So too much computer plus certifications for no reason. And speaking of certifications, the first time I met Dr. Isi, we didn't really meet. I was doing an internship in Port Harcourt in 2002, 2003. Maybe 2004, because I go to school. Okay, the math is not, I don't know. But 2000 and something. And it was a free unpaid internship with NIT Port Harcourt. Because it was unpaid, they told me, well, you get to take 2 classes for free. Since they weren't paying us, and I was coming from, I can't start telling the place, but I was coming from a far place to this place every day. So I took 1 SQL class and 1 server administration class. The faculty for the SQL class was one Isioma babe then. If you ask me anything I learned in the class, I don't remember. There was just a fine girl teaching us. But now, fast forward to several years later. What do I do today? SQL. I kid you not, that's what I do for a living. That's my primary day job, is doing SQL. One day my wife walked back, like, I met this lady, she's amazing, da 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 da. Her name is Dr. Isi. I didn't make any connections to, anybody could be Dr. Isi. And she would come talk, they'll go have lunch, they'll like, well, this is new Dr. Issy in your life one day. So the husband was doing a birthday party. And then we came out and I saw from far. I'm like, does Dr. Issy have any connection to Port Harcourt? He said, like, I think so. I think he's mentioned it. And so I was like, okay, that's her daughter. And I remember that Dr. Issy was pregnant. I'm like, ask her, does she have a twin? And she goes and confirms that she has a twin. I like the blood of Jesus. I go, it's over 20 years later or more. And that reconnection was made. It's incredible. You know, but it's my journey to where I am and all the people who have poured in. It's never really in isolation. It's never in isolation. There are so many people who are on that path. Yes, you've worked hard. Yes, you've done the things you've done, but it's really everybody on your journey. It's really everybody on your journey. I used to have a colleague who sat beside me. When I first started at the job I talked about earlier, a coworker came and also a Nigerian goes, hey, there's a Nigerian babe that sits beside you. Literally his exact words. She was gone for a month, and then when she came back, I was very happy to find another, and we became friends, sitting side by side. We worked together for several months, maybe at least over a year. And one day she comes and I'm like, what does your wife do again? I'm like, well, Stella was navigating her own immigration journey. She had moved from London and couldn't start work. And like, well, there might be an opportunity that would be good for her. I know somebody who is doing a startup. Maybe let's make an introduction. Like, absolutely. You know, my own is to drag the woman along, any opportunity. And so that was how we were introduced to Sayu officially. When Sayu started SpacePoint, or when she was doing SpacePoint and so Stella's first opportunity in the world of agility here in the US started there. Again, people pulling us up. And so now where she's talking about all the cool things she is and all of that, that journey started with somebody saying, hey, I know somebody who is doing something. And then the person doing the thing said, hey, you know what, come on in. I think you're smart enough. I think you can do it. And like everyone said on the panel, just going and doing an excellent job, doing a great job. Stella worked. We used to travel. Sorry, your place was far. It was far. But we used to commute, but she embraced that trip with all of her heart. And it's led to opportunity and opportunity. I can tell stories on stories of how I've been nourished and nurtured. And I just chose the two women I'm talking about today because two of them have similarities. I had a mischievous idea in mind behind the scenes. I wanted two of you to be in one breakout room. Because I was going to be like, this two Benin women is going to be crazy. Married to a woman, it's going to So yes, both of you are married to a woman. I'm making that connection. So I was like, I just wanted to, I'm going to be in that breakout room just for the intelligence and the fireworks of it, because both of them have energy for days. Incredible. So, but it's all the people that have poured in on the journey. Right, from the days you bought that Moses boat, and you brought to us when we were clueless about what to buy for our first baby, because there was nobody around at the time. I took your advice so much, I got in trouble with my second child. Because Sai told me you have to give birth to your children in Emory. And so we adopted Emory. Again, we were commuting from Lawrenceville to Emory downtown for no reason, because Sai said so. And there's a point to all of these stories. But we would go to Emory and then go, and the experience was great. And we had our first daughter, beautiful, if I was born. The first decoration, everything. Sai came to the house, like made sure everything was awesome. And so now the first experience was good. We decided, second child, Emory, so we'll have all of our children. Baby number 2, we kept going to Emory, same deal, and it was going well. On the day the baby was to be born, we had moved even further away, because now we're in Sugar Hill. Everybody who knows Stella is, if there's work is first thing before everything else. We had gone to the doctor in the morning. The doctor said, hey, you're dilated 5 cm. Stella was like, yeah, we got this. Let's just go finish up the thing we're organizing, and then we'll come back in the evening and I'll have this baby. Supportive husband, I said, sure, why not? And we did all the things, planned events, put together the program. Around 4 p.m.-ish, we decided to drive in Atlanta traffic to Emory downtown. Men and brethren, we did not make it to Emory. I delivered my second child by myself in the car. So that was why I obtained my doctor of... We didn't make it to Emory, so we ended up giving birth to her in Gwinnett County Medical Center somewhere. But that's, again, it's a power of community, so good information and with good intention, so you have to add context to it. But we're powerful. Our power is in the collective. Our power is in the collective. There is so many opportunities that we can access when we come together. One of the issues, the people who get in trouble here in our community, a lot of it is information-based. It's somebody has told you this is the only way you can go about it. Or someone has told you this is it. Or you've seen somebody and this is where they are capped, and for you that becomes your cap, that becomes your limit. And so if you don't see greatness, you don't aspire to. What you don't see, you don't aspire to. But we can't really, there's only a limit to the greatness we can accomplish or become if it's just us and just working hard by ourselves. When we go together, we can go farther. There's so much potential in us as a collective. We are intelligent people. We are resilient people. We are powerful people. Put us in a situation, we'll figure it out. That's the strength of the African immigrant. Why are we not a bigger voice? I asked this question last year and I'm asking it again. Why are we not a louder voice? I'm grateful for the progress we've made in the last year as a collective, but why are we not a bigger voice? The midterm elections are coming up soon. And you know, we yesterday we were talking about it during the dinner with the VIPs. And like there's nobody pandering to the community and saying, what are you looking for? We have the numbers to shift elections. If we collectively put our dollars together, we don't need capital if we put funds behind the business, it will survive. With the manpower and skill, with Mr. Dio running products, and with Sayu doing what she does with everything she does. Sayu is a make it happen kind of person. Bring Dr. Isi to that, the company will not fail. Like any business will succeed with these people. How many unicorns are on the backs of African immigrants? And that's because we do well, but we do well by ourselves. You make your nice 150K, 200K, you're happy. You buy your nice house, and those things are good. But what if all of us can collectively put our 200Ks together, and 100Ks, and 70Ks? And we decide we want to build something, we want to have, why can't we gentrify neighborhoods? And so it's not about individual success, it's about our collective success. In the last year, we've made some progress. I want to give us some impact reports. After our launch last year, we started having our expert series because we wanted to, again, bridge the information or wanted to fight the information challenge we had within the community. And we launched what we call our expert series. And that means every week, we have a professional from within the community host a virtual session. 12 p.m. every Saturday. Somebody is coming and they're talking about relevant topics and people are asking real-life questions. So now you're not just depending on your uncle who came to the U.S. before you. You're not just depending on your friend who allowed you to stay in his apartment and so you have to listen to what they say. You can actually ask questions from people who are doing it. Every week and I want to really shout out all of our professionals who have hosted sessions. I've seen a lot of us who have, taught sessions and given for free. All of our professionals are doing this voluntarily. No one is paid. AIM is for the people by the people. Every week. And so we've had that, and we've had over 21 sessions in the last year. You can clap for that. That's progress. We've not missed a week since we started. We've held over 7 community mixers. So once a month, we would gather in person to hang out, just again to make connections. All of our events, we've had over 500 participants. We had our women's conference earlier this year in March, and there was over 200 participants at that virtually from several countries. Since we launched last year, we have over 24 active volunteers that we call ourselves impact partners who just run the thing. So yes, I'm in front of it, but the truth is there's a whole engine, there's a whole army of people who are really working hard, who are committed. If you go outside, you see people people have been here since 6 a.m. just making this happen. We have over 20 expert facilitators, again, who come and share knowledge. Our leadership team has grown to 14 team members. We have 3 strategic partnerships, organizations that have partnered with us to, again, give value. And we've hired a couple of staff. We have 2 full-time staff and 1 part-time. And I've also borrowed all of the staff from my NSTAR technologists and converted them to. So we've built some structure. And I'm sharing this with you to show we've made progress. And we'll continue to make progress. We've grown our social media reach. Somebody said he shook social media. with AIM, we've grown on social media. We've grown, our LinkedIn following is grown. Our email list is grown. All the things, our website is live. Circle is growing. If you haven't joined Circle, please join Circle, I beg you. Join Circle, that's where we're doing that. So we've had several expert series sessions, and I won't go to the topics because of time. Like I said, some of the strategic partners that we've made, some strategic partnerships we've launched in the last year. One with One Health. One Health is providing healthcare access for the elderly in Nigeria. So people here can buy subscriptions to provide medical assistance for their family back home. They get regular checks. They have access to ambulance. They partner with HMOs in Nigeria to provide healthcare for their elderly parents. So I think that's a blessing. And also FCMB, She Ventures, we've partnered with them to provide capital access to women within our community who want to start business. So that's progress. You can clap for that as well. Now, in terms of what's coming for the rest of the year into the 2026 when we gather again for the summit, we're going to continue our weekly expert series, our monthly mixers. Our keynote speaker talked about telling our stories, owning our story. Someone said in the story of the hunter and the lion, the hunter is always the winner because the lion never gets to tell the story. It's who tells the story determines the ending. The perception people have about us because they get to tell the story. My kids, God will forgive those people. The 3 daughters that I have, my house is a girls' hostel. The kind of questions they ask me about Nigeria sometimes, I'm like, you ignorant. I need to send you to boarding school. But it's stories that it's not just coming from nowhere. They're hearing something from somebody whether directly or indirectly. So if we don't own our stories, somebody will tell it for us. And so we're launching our Im Chronicles podcast next month by God's grace. And please, in saying that, there will be a sign-up thing outside. If you want to be a guest on that, please go sign up. We want to feature. We want to start telling our stories by ourselves. Next year, we're rolling out our AIM Catalyst programs. And these are more cohort-style programming, targeting specific areas of need for immigrants. So we found out that, yes, we're doing the expert series, and that's impactful. But now we want to be more strategic. We want to target specific outcomes. We want people to go through a process and come out with specific outcomes. And so next year, that will be launching. And then, of course, we have the summit coming up next year. We're also we've been getting plenty of people saying, when are you coming to our states? When are you coming to our country? We have the representation from multiple states. Boston is showing us love. Last year, we'll have more Boston here. Last year, we had many Bostonians, and we'll have Boston here. Texas has been good to us. We have Canada in the house today as well. That's, so we're global now. And different states. So we will likely be expanding to, or at least having a footprint. Let me not say expand, just say, but having footprints in multiple locations. We'll try to be intentional about that. And of course, Cassandra talked about the Advocacy Summit in October. And we still have a couple of key leadership roles that we want to fill. We have a special events coordinator that we want somebody to take on that role, and a director of programs. And so that will be an option. If that's an area of strength for you, please, we'd love to have a conversation with you. about stepping into leadership. And then we also want to continue strengthening our partnerships with other aligned organizations. And so that's what we have coming up. But again, none of this is going to happen in isolation. Myself and Stella, and we can dream. But how far the dream goes is on the strength of the collective. And so I'm asking everybody to, you're already involved, but immerse yourself in it. See what we're trying to build. I really want you to see it. What does it look like? What will it look like if this actually works? It's working, right? It's working, it's working, it's working. Okay. Just imagine that where you go into an African community bank in Atlanta, and what you need is not credit score 850 because you just came here last year and you don't have credit. What you need is, okay, you built a business and you have credibility and we can verify that. Imagine if we could have our own semblance of a Chinatown, and where it's rich neighborhood, but it's Africans, and the schools are our schools, and they teach our languages in those schools. I want you to imagine it. It's possible. It can happen. I believe it. At some point in life, you run into something and you just realize you found a course that you're going to. This is it. This is it. This is it for me. This is it. This is the call. So I want you to immerse yourself and believe with me that we can do this. We can do this. We can. We can. The people who have gone ahead of us, they've tried. They've shown us how to survive in America. Now let's change the game. Let's make America realize we're here. Right? We're here. It's, you know, let's build. Let's move from survival to building, to owning the structure, to owning systems. Let's be responsible for outcomes. Let every election, I really want elections to feature. I want the presidential candidate to come and say, I want to talk to the Africans in Atlanta and ask for what is your agenda, what's important to you. Because when they make policies that affect us, it's everybody, one of the reasons why a lot of people did not come, they're afraid of ICE. It was literally a conversation. Feel like, what if ICE shows up? So the policies affect us. They do affect us. That's why we want to get involved in policy. We want to get involved in every facet of the economy. So I'm calling on us to get involved in multiple ways. And I'll ask Attorney Cassandra to just join me on stage briefly to tell us one way that we can get involved. We'll start with her way, and then I'll continue and tell us other ways. Can we put our hands together for Attorney Cassandra? She's our Director of Advocacy. She does an excellent job for us. She's always there when we call. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Namdi, for not only the information, but for also being so transparent in your journey and bringing us here. We all have been inspired and enriched by today's presentations, by today's information. Well, let me not speak for you. Have you been inspired? Have you been enriched? AIM puts in a lot of work throughout the year to provide this information, this access to everyone in our communities so that we can be present, so that we can show up, to Dr. Namdi's point. But another way that we can continue to support the work of AIM is by being strategic partners, by donating, because this work is fully self-funded by Dr. Namdi and Ms. Stella. If we all just take a minute, scan the QR code, you can donate directly to the mission and directly to the events and the resources and the things that AIM is doing impacting the community. For all my data folks, Dr. Namdi showed all the data on the screen. So you know where your donation is going, you see the work that's being done, and it is truly being poured back into the community. Even if not for yourself, for someone else who needs access to this information, help us to continue the work that we're doing. And no donation is too small. Every bit counts. We would like to continue doing this work. It is, all of us are public servants at heart, even if we don't hold public office. And we, like Dr. Namdi said, we do this work for free because we want our community to be empowered with the information that they need to succeed. So thank you, and we appreciate all that you're doing, showing up.
Thank you very much, Attorney Cassandra. So yes, please, and I highly encourage everyone, don't just do it one time. There's an option to do a recurring one. It helps us just have a budget. So we don't just move by, we move by faith, and we're going to move by faith. But if we know we have $1,000 coming in, we can budget around that. So please, I highly encourage you, your $20, $50 a month recurring, will go a long way. I really encourage us to consider that. The Bible says you ask and you receive. So this is me asking. So better fulfill the Bible and let's be receiving. All right, so I'm asking now, because anyone that asks it, receive it, right? All right, so I'm asking with my full chest, please go ahead and contribute. No, write that check. That number in your heart is the Lord talking to you. Come on now. Add an extra zero to it, amen? Don't. Ushers, lock the door. somebody gets the joke with that one. But your donations are so appreciated. We're 501c3 organization corporation, so it's tax deductible, and you get a statement of giving at the end of the year. I've mentioned the opportunities to volunteer to get into leadership. Please meet any of the volunteers at the entrance on your way out and let us know. If you want to sign up to be on the podcast as a guest, please sign up as well. There's a sign-up sheet on there. The key leadership roles that we have is, again, community events and director of programs. And if you want to be a part of shaping our decision-making, we also opening up opportunities for people to come on, our board members, to come on as a board member. Now, you're a board member, you're a fundraiser. Just know it. All right, so but if you feel like, yes, I want to be part of that, we want to have a conversation with you. Reach out, let us know, and we'll walk you through the process. Again, it's time to build, my friends. We're moving from just surviving to thriving. We want to make impact. We want to make a difference. It's about legacy now. What is it going to look like for immigrants coming after us? What would that experience be like? Thank you all for listening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing to support AIM and the mission. Thank you for donating. That's the real feeling I'm having, is gratitude. There is no qualification. There's nothing that qualifies you to stand here before you. And so for you to believe in the dream and the vision of AIM, I feel truly blessed and honored that you've accepted, this vision. And I want us to continue. And I truly believe we can build something special. God bless you all.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Namdi. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. Okay, so we have one more panel.
Yes, one more panel, and a very important panel, especially in these times, right? Because most of the time now, everybody's talking AI. What exactly is AI? What's it all about, right? How does it help us? How does it make us more productive? All right, so Shamaka, you want to call the names?
Absolutely. Yes, I definitely can. So our moderator for this panel is James Oche. If you can make your way to the stage, let's give him a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause. It's going to be an awesome one. All right, and one of our panelists is going to be Dr. Isi Idemudia. Yes. Dr. Isi, we heard your name a lot during Dr. Namdi's speech. We're so excited to hear from you.
And then we have Lola Adeyemo.
Lola, I have been eyeing your dress,
that dress
this
is,
whole time. Please come
we
and
should take a
do
picture
runway
together.
walk for us.
And also Dr. Fortune Onwuzurike.
Yes.
Is that Dr. Oh.
All right.
All right.
if you're feeling lonely, I can come join you there. Okay.
We apologize. We have one more panelist. Um, we're going to call up to the stage Shia Bade Animation. Please come up to the stage and join us. Awesome. No, we'll bring one more chair. Yes. Okay, super excited to hear from you guys. Dr. AC, I'll give you the mic.
Okay. Welcome, panel, and thanks everyone for sticking with us to this time. I know we're supposed to be wrapping up, and we're probably the only ones standing between you and getting in your car, the last goodbye. So we'll try as much as possible to wrap this up as quickly as we can. But I do think, and I think we believe, for you to be here, that this is a very important topic. AI, everybody's been hearing about AI. Just a quick intro, and then I'll turn it over for a quick self-introduction. But I think it's really vitally important because and the reason I'm saying this is, if you have iPhone, I was just going to, when Dr. Iheanacho talked about donation, I pulled up my phone, and I was about to click that, and of course, my Apple email, there was this Apple news that flashed, and it says, if you have Apple, it's probably there right now, and it says, the college major gamble, why should young people study when AI threatens to take their job? So if you've been listening over the past year, AI is going to take your job. And I think as a panel probably will tell you, AI will probably not take your job, but it might change what you do, and you might lose your job if you don't keep up. So with that, and we get into that, all of that, and why you need to pay attention. But first of all, please, a very quick self-introduction.
Hi, I'm Dr. Isi Idemudia. I'm a Global Responsible AI Advisor at HCL Tech. I'm excited to be here.
My name is Lola Deyemo. I am what I am by the grace of God. I lead the Systems Engineering Excellence Center for Lockheed Martin. I also have founded an AI business, an AI application for product management, and I am Director of Partnerships for AI for Africa.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Fortune Zerike. I'm a cybersecurity program manager at Microsoft under the Microsoft AI division, also a part-time professor, and I'm also a co-founder of Tech is the Wave. Please follow us at techisthewave.com or Tech is the Wave on IG.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shian Badeni Mashraun, and I am a TPM, and I have a lot of interest in AI from an automation perspective, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you very much. I hope, thank you. Can everybody clap? I want to be sure that there are people who, so that kind of get some energy. Thank you, thank you. It's a good panel of this academia, doctors, business people, founders, and seasoned professionals. So I think we have a really good mix. Now, what we're going to do, I think most of the panel, the plan was to see if we have a lot of audience questions, but we know we're running up against time. So we're going to try to be as brief as we can, and feel free to mix with the panelists shortly after this. However, if there's something that is really burning that you want to ask the panelists, feel free. We are more than happy to entertain that. I think we can take a few more minutes to be able to do that if you have something you really needed to ask. Before we start, this is about AI, and we are African immigrants, or the sons and daughters of immigrants. And so the first thing I want to ask Lola is, Lola, see, is the AI speaking? Okay. So what misconceptions do African immigrants have about AI, and how do we bridge that knowledge gap in a way that is practical?
So, in my opinion, of what I've observed is that we Africans, and largely, not all of us, but largely the Black community, we approach things we don't know with fear. as it relates to AI, James talked about AI taking over our jobs, and there's that, it's either we're either ignoring AI, so we're ignoring AI and saying, oh, this is not happening, or we are running away from it with so much fear, like AI is going to take away our jobs, so we're antagonizing it. One of the misconceptions, I don't want to say it's a misconception because jobs are tasks and AI will take your jobs because AI automate tasks, but I think that the way we approach it is not by being afraid of it. So I'm going to that bridging the gap part. The way we approach it is not by being afraid of it. It's not by ignoring it like it's not happening. The way we approach it is by doing things like this, having this kind of conversations, identifying the problems that you are facing in your current role and not being scared to explore. Approach it with a curious mind, as opposed to this is the thing that they are doing now, so I'm going to join them and do it. Approach this thing with a curious mind. Do your research, like learn about it. Like I said, curiosity, and then make sure that you are applying it in your current role.
Thank you. And I think that's very important in terms of that approach. Now, Dr. Onguzerike, in this approach, and again, I'm repeating this because we are all truly either immigrants or sons of immigrants. You in academia, or you studied very widely, or at Microsoft. You've done a lot of really great things. Now, as Africans, and picking up on what Lola said, how do we make sure that we are not just consumers in this space, given who we are? If you look around, for those who are probably in the industry, in the space, when you think about the people who are creating these tools, who are innovators, I wish the story was different, but they don't look like me, they don't look like you. They are other immigrants, but they don't look like us. How do we ensure that we become creators in this space and not just consumers?
It comes with usage and repetition. There's a famous quote that I like to go by. Most people fail because they aim too low and hit their target rather than aiming too high and missing. So that's all about growth, right? Usage. I was telling you all yesterday at the mixer yesterday that my parents' generation, excuse me if you are in my parents' generation, I feel like they missed so many gaps along the way as consumers, right? Back in the late 1990s, mobile phones came out. My parents got a mobile phone later on in life. Facebook came out, social media outlets came out in the early 2000s. My mom and dad probably made a Facebook account a couple of years ago. They got left behind. And then you have all these different things that are booming in 2010. You have so many different things that are booming, like streaming, Netflix. My parents to this day still don't stream and use Netflix. So what am I trying to say? In 2025, we hear about AI, ChatGPT, Copilot. Essentially, people are getting left behind because they're just becoming late adapters. So how do we become consumers? How do we become creators in the space? It comes with repetition. It comes with using. Just like you told me yesterday, it's not all about just logging in and having an account. How are you actively using it? Are you using it as a brainstorming tool? Are you using it as a brain dump? Is it helping you with your technical documentation? Is it helping you with your business proposal? Is it generating ideas for you to make your life easier? So what it comes down to is more usage, more repetition, consistency.
Thank you very much. And I'm hoping, really, really hoping that for those of us in this room, that everybody has been using these tools. If we had this conversation last year, quite frankly, the conversation would have been, are you even aware of ChatGPT? Are you aware of Grok? Are you using it? To the Honorable Doctor's point, if you're not using it at this point, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, there is a problem. But we need to go beyond just using it, and how do we now build on it, either as an entrepreneur or as a professional. And so, Dr. Isi, one of the things that I want to ask you would be, as we use it, and as we learn about it, we know that AI is transforming roles and responsibilities in IT, right? What does this mean for us in terms of skills specialization? What do we have to do to make sure that our skills keep up? And are there any specific areas in this job, especially in the IT space, that this is going to have a really outsized impact that you want to advise people to focus on and the skills they need to get?
Okay. So just a little bit background about myself. I wasn't doing AI all this while. Like I started off my career as an AWS architect at Accenture, and while I was doing that, I got into building like traditional AI models. And one day I was building I built a model, and the model couldn't understand what I was saying. Each time I spoke to the model, it would say, "Excuse me, I don't understand what you're saying." So that was my first interaction or experience of bias in AI systems. And immediately I saw that, I was like, okay, there's a problem here. How can I solve it? And that was how I got into the AI governance side of it. And as I got into AI governance, I began to realize that there's a lot of similarities with traditional cybersecurity. And I'm like, there's a lot of us, when I mean Africans, who are already in the cybersecurity space. So I see that there's an easy transition, there's a possibility to transition from your cybersecurity role into AI security, AI governance type of thing. And the good thing about it is that there's no established certification. There's nobody that has 10 years, 5 years AI security experience. It doesn't exist. So the barrier to entry is really, really low. So this is the time to transition your current skill into AI. And it's very easy. It's not hard. Like you're saying, it's just a misconception that it's hard. It's not hard. You just you add AI to whatever you're doing currently. If you're in HR, you now begin to say, how can you use AI systems to do all of your HRing? And then on your profile, you're now an AI HR expert. If you're in marketing, how are you going to use AI to do your marketing? So how are you using ChatGPT to create leads? If you're in sales, how are you using AI to do your sales? So once you're able to use, and simple, you can ask ChatGPT itself, I'm a HR professional, I'm a finance professional, I'm a marketing professional. How can I use AI-enabled processes to do my jobs better? And you do that, and you become an AI expert in that field. Like literally, you do one project, and you can speak about it, you can boast about it. That's what I did. That's how I transitioned. I created a framework for AI red teaming. And it wasn't like tried and tested, because nobody, like I said, nobody really knows a lot. So I created this framework, and with that, I use it to get my current global role just by creating that framework.
That's good. And I think like Dr. Hinacha I was here. I saw the role, and I was like, wow, let's have a conversation. So congratulations. That was huge. I do want to ask, and this is follow-up, and any of you can take it right now in terms of the resources. So if you, and I think it was Lola on another panel earlier, you were talking about Udemy and Coursera and all of that. So in terms of, because I want to stay on that skill for professionals is very important, are they, outside of asking ChatGPT, of course, are there any specific resources that any of you have leveraged in terms of skilling up over the past year that you say, you know what, this place was really good, and I got us to speed quickly that maybe you want to share?
I can talk briefly on that. For me, my entry point, coming from automation, being in that space and seeing how process automation turned into robotic process automation, turned into intelligent automation, turned into AI, I have an understanding that at some point when people are saying AI, it's marketing. It's like AI, right? And at the end of the day, there's an algorithm, there's a chatbot, there's some other functionality being used. And so my entry point has really been looking at the people who are doing the research that are really digging into this, people like Dr. Joy, people like Timit Gebru, who are very cautious about how it's being used and are really focused on how can we get this regulated. Those are the kinds of articles that I'm reading and books that I'm leaning into. And then on the other side, for people that are really gung-ho into getting to use the tools, I've heard the advice that get into the tool, use it, play with one for a while, go to another one, test it out, and really see which ones do you like best for which applications. Because at the end of the day, it's a tool, so you have to practice with it to get that usefulness out of it.
That's good.
Like she said, with AI, it's not just about reading or certifications like how the other, subjects have been. With AI, it has to be about doing. How I got into the app that I founded was basically a problem in my world that I saw that I wanted to solve. It started with, LinkedIn Learning. Let me just throw that out there. LinkedIn Learning is a great resource as well. And I took this LinkedIn Learning course, and we were playing with custom GPTs. And I was like, if I'm gonna build a custom GPT for this fun creators, something fun, how about I use it for this issue that we're facing? Creating epics, features, and stories takes forever. So I automated that, using a custom GPT, and then it became a business idea in my mind, and I built a whole app around it. So it has to be using the tool for you to find out what you're even passionate about or what lane you want to go with AI.
I can just add to it. YouTube is a gold mine. It's a gold mine. Anything you want to learn, you want to customize a model, you want to build an app using, just put it in your own understanding. Don't think of very hard, complicated words. The problem you want to solve, put it in YouTube on how to build business with AI, how to do marketing with AI. Just simple like that. And you see someone somewhere has done what you want to do and is bragging about it on YouTube. And then you just subscribe to those channels. That's how I learn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I want to go back a little bit, Shiambade, to how you started in terms of referencing those resources when was a really short journey from automation to RPAs, now to AI. And I think, for me anyways, what a lot of us don't realize is these are all digital transformations. You might call it different names, and of course, the engines are quite different. So when you think about it in terms of how you can have a digital mindset, in terms of how you approach transformation, today's LLM, we're talking about it, is agentic AI this year, next year, I don't know what is coming down the pike. It might be something totally different. What one thing or two things or three things do you think that as a community we can do, and AI is central to it, but it could be, these are the things we need to do to shift our mindset to be more receptive to these technological transformations that they occur on that digital
I think that's a really good question. For me, the first thing with mindset always is the growth aspect of it. There's a mindset where, I think we talked about a little bit, where it's like, I'm afraid of this thing, I can never understand it, it's too big for me. And then there's a mindset where it's like, I'm always here, I'm always learning. That is the mindset I think is most ideal for people to lean into. For the digital piece, I think it's related to that. At the end of the day, when you were born, you didn't know something. Over time, you came to know it. So just be open to that learning process and really practice and play in those areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let me ask, is there anybody in the audience any question, anything you want to ask? Anybody clarify something you want the panelists to share? Or yes, I don't know if you have a mic.
Okay, I mean, I can take a start. We've already established that know how to use it, do something, build. That is more important than the certification. But because we're Africans, we just like certificates, Sha. So I do have a few, so that you can paste it on the wall. Yeah. So I do have a few. I do think that everyone should be able to prompt. So prompt engineering is very, very important because at the end of the day, we have all of these LLMs. None of us in this room is going to build an LLM. It costs millions of dollars to build this LLM, the foundation models. But we want to be able to use it to our advantage. So prompt engineering, there's a certificate from MSCI sets that I do have on prompt engineering. It's free. So if you want to grab it, do it now before they put the price tag on it. Then I also have an AWS AI foundational certification. It's not too far in depth into coding because I'm trying to get away from that. So the AWS AI foundation certification, I think, just because Amazon has a good brand, so it feels like when you get something from Amazon, from AWS, it has a strong backing as well. Another one that is free is from security. Security is spelled security, but instead of Y at the end, it's an I. So security education, they have AI governance, AI security, AI data discovery, and each course you take, you have some badges that you can put on your LinkedIn and showcase. So those are few I would recommend.
Yeah, additionally, since I work at Microsoft, I would be remiss to say not to look at Microsoft AI 900. So if you type in AI 900, that's a good one. A lot of my colleagues have that. For some reason, I haven't had time to get at that. I have AZ 900, which is the Azure Fundamentals Cloud Certification. But AI 900 is equivalent. It's great to get your feet wet, get to understanding the different methodologies within the AI domain. Now, I'll be honest with you, though. I don't think it's going to be the end-all, be-all in terms of it's going to get you that job, but I think it's a good starting point.
Yes, I do have the AI 900, so I was going to say that as well. And AI 900 is the Microsoft equivalent of the AWS fundamental. I chose Microsoft because I have the AZ 900 as well. So I have that Microsoft track record. So I'm familiar with Microsoft exams, and so I took that. So if you are familiar with AWS exams, I would advise you to do that. If you don't know either of them, do your research first to see which one is easier, which one might come naturally to you, which exam style you like or you prefer better, and then pick that one and go with that flow. In addition to that, I will say, if you're a certification conscious person like we all are, get your certification, cram, write the exam, pass. Then go ahead and now the study begins. You will not give anybody value, and with AI, it's very easy to cast. Sorry for the Nigerian slang. Yeah. But it's very easy to basically be found out like you don't know anything. So I would say get the certification, paste it on your wall. Now it's time to study, so sit down, make sure you do that work.
No, thank you. That's good. But because you're already talking, I'm going to make you keep talking. But really, it's for this one is more, and it's all of the opportunities. All right, go ahead. We can. My question is not important at all. You can. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So it's very interesting because I'm trying to stay away from coding. I feel like the younger children should do that. I'm getting older, and that's why I say, okay, let me govern this thing, right? So on my day-to-day job, we have tools that when the engineers are building these AI systems, we pass their systems through our tools, and we are checking for bias. We're checking if it's safe. We're checking for hallucinations. We're checking for toxicity. So we're using the EU AI Act, so we have like standards, global standards. Even in America, we have the NIST RMF, and we use all of these tools to make sure that the tools adhere to those standards. So that's what I do on a daily. Does that make sense? And we can connect on LinkedIn.
And I think you should, you should, because I don't think one of the areas for a lot of the folks who are even in IT, when they say IT job is going away, my point is, if you used to do IT security a lot, you're going to be doing a lot of AI governance and AI security. It's just a spillover. So.
I can take a stab. Just know that anything that you put in to the LLMs is public information. The minute it leaves your keyboard and you press enter, it's public information. Because a few days ago, the Supreme Court has just given Claude and OpenAI the permission to train their model on any publicly available information. So this is now where the responsible use of AI comes into play. And we encourage people to use placeholders when you're interacting with the LLM. So when you're saying, create a PCI, whatever, plan for, just put a placeholder. Placeholder is what? Square brackets. And so you take out your client's name and replace with square brackets and put it in to get the information. Then when you get it back, you can now put your client's information to it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Because when you read the fine prints, at the end of the day, they can do whatever they want to do with the data.
And I think we should remember when these when these LLMs started, they were using your data anyway.
Correct.
Everything you put on the internet, they have, right? When we're thinking about the different types of apps that are, used for deep fakes, taking someone's face and putting it on someone else's face, how do you think they got trained on that? Every time you're using your Snapchat filters, it's there. So we really have to be careful with what we're putting directly into these applications, as well as what we're just letting onto the internet at large.
Absolutely. And I think that's a great question. So I think the consensus from the experts here is be careful what you put in. Use a placeholder, and if you need to prompt anything at all, put fictitious companies. I mean, somebody can put in those policies and say that's not what we do, but I guarantee you, anybody with access to these tools can reverse engineer your prompts if they want to get to you, if it's that important. So, all right, anything else?
I would just like to add to what you said about, what we are putting out there. While we want to be careful, there's also the flip side of it. And that's why I think I was telling Dr. Nnamdi yesterday how they shook the internet. They shook it in a good way because all of the data about Africans and immigrants, in a professional setting, by tomorrow somebody has grabbed it. An LLM has grabbed all of that information. So next time, when they're prompting about Africans, it's not going to be goats and bushes that's going to come out. It's professionals in this sort of setting. So all of this, we are, in a responsible way, helping to reduce bias in the foundation models. So thank you, sir.
And we'll come to that, or that's actually going to be probably the last question. We all love these bias things, right, because we're Africans. But we'll talk about it shortly. But maybe a couple more questions, and we'll see if we try to wrap it up. I know a lot of us are itching to go, but just bear with us, or 2-3 more questions, and we'll be done. So I was going to ask you, Lola, so it's either as an entrepreneur, and I think the good thing for this stage, like I said, is that all of you here, you're seasoned professionals, you're building things, or in the academia, so from both a building entrepreneur perspective and as a professional, you have all of the experience. So what tech-enabled opportunities should African immigrants be capitalizing on now to leapfrog traditional barriers? And it could be either from a professional perspective or as an entrepreneur.
So I made an analogy earlier today that I see AI as the stone that David used to defeat Goliath. So what I'm saying is that a small business or a small country can compete with a Fortune 500 or a big country if they know how to leverage the AI tool well. So if I take it from the standpoint of an entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, I have a small business. I don't have the money to hire people. I don't have the money to, get a financial advisor, get a legal, a lot of things that I cannot do. I can have AI agents do for me. and I will be able to do it well with AI now. So how can we leapfrog in this day and age using AI? It would be by identifying those things that you can automate as a small business, as a professional. What are the things that you can automate? You know, for instance, a lot of us struggle with social media, and we talked about visibility here on this stage and in some other breakout rooms. Maybe you're not good with storytelling, but you have great ideas. You can ask ChatGPT to help you, you know, use your idea and tell it use a storytelling format to, you know, communicate your idea, and you can post that on LinkedIn, you know, make that your Instagram post so that you bring your visibility to your brand or to your business. So basically, Dr. Isi mentioned a prompt here that, you know, basically, I am a marketer. How do I use AI? What I do, another thing I will tell you is I hype AI. When I wanted to give me a good answer, I basically say you are the best in the world at this. No, it's true. It works for me. You're the best in the world at this, and that. You are now, for instance, let's say we had a breakout session earlier, and I was tasked with getting icebreakers. I told the AI, I said, you are the best MC, you know, phenomenal award-winning. Give me 10 10 ideas for icebreakers for an African professional setting, and it gave it to me. I'm saying that so that you can use it for whatever your business is, whatever your professional, you know, like barrier is. You want to get a promotion. You are a consultant level 2. You want to get to manager level. I don't know how they do it, but you can ask the AI to create a roadmap for you. Now it's left to you to follow that roadmap, and I think the same goes for business. Sorry, I'm going to add this as well. That is the reason why I'm very passionate about AI for Africa, because I believe that we can compress years, decades of oppression and economic downturn if we leverage AI well.
No, that's good. Thank you. So it's really good. I think the opportunities are always there. We want to emphasize them. The other side to it is, if you're not moved by the opportunities that are there, maybe talking about the risk of being left behind might help push you a little bit. So, Shia, are they, if you may, even in terms of that digital transformation, what are the risks that African labor will be left behind in all of this? And what can they do?
I might be the wrong person to answer this question. I will tell you why. Probably of all the people here, I have the most side eye and like, you know, I'm the most like, what's happening here? Right. I think, like I said, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of marketing involved, and I think that being taken up on that is one issue that people need to be aware of. Yeah. Outside of that, I think that if there's a tool that is helpful and you don't take advantage of that tool, and others are taking advantage of that tool, that can increase the gap between you and those that are using it. So at a high level, whatever the tool is, if you can make the most out of it, that's something I would suggest you do.
Well said. I think at the very least, it levels the playing field with other people. So yeah, absolutely. One last thing. Okay, you please go ahead, and then we'll. No, good point, good point, good point. Even here, and I'm hoping I was going to learn more after the panel about Lola's effort in Africa, for instance, but I think there are a lot of people doing stuff like that in that regard. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. Um, Me particularly, I don't think I'm a part of any AI community. And I'm already seasoned in tech. What I do think is that I have a plethora of network. Where I have mentors and mentees that educate me. I learn a lot of things from my mentees. I learned a lot of things from my mentors. So there was a conference that happened around like 2 weeks ago. It was called Render. It was Atlanta Tech Week. That was huge. That was here in this city, filled with a lot of AI professionals. So it really just comes around mixing with a lot of people, exchanging contact information with me. When you see me repost something or something of that nature, and you just really mix with different people and you find your own community. Because with that being said, as of currently right now, like I mentioned, I'm not in no AI group right now, but I just know the different places to go where I know they're going to be at, and I connect from them and I learn a thing or two from them.
There's a Nigerian guy who runs a meetup. Do you know meetup? Sorry?
His name?
His name, Sam.
I'll check it. He's on my LinkedIn. Sam Agio.
And so he runs that meetup, and they meet once a month, I think. But it's growing. It's ex-Amazon. He built an AI agent for customer service and sold it huge millions. So it's someone that, if you really want to connect with. But his community is quite good.
No, thanks.
So to what our daddy said earlier about basically breaking it down and having foundational level AI literacy for everybody. So I did say that I'm part of a community, a part of an organization called AI for Africa think tank, and that is our focus. Foundational level AI literacy for all Africans. Our focus is really Africans in Africa, but since I have joined recently, I'm starting with my immediate community. I'm from Dallas. So I'm starting with my immediate community in Dallas to do hands-on learning. This is not just about talk. This is about foundational learning. So we can talk about replicating something like that in Atlanta, and I think it's going to be good for, other African-heavy communities.
Right. We'll talk more about that, yeah. Thanks. So final question, if you bear with me. And like I said, I was only half joking. We talk about bias. All of these things are always built in a way that you can be sure that either don't recognize our color or our voice or something. So I'm going to direct this to Dr. Onguzurike, but anybody on the panel, feel free to weigh in and support. So with all of the things, and I don't want to go through a long, winding introduction because we're well aware of the kind of bias that can be perpetuated with these algorithms. How do we as a people protect ourselves from some of this bias impact on us, either as black people or African immigrants? What can we do?
So I guess the question is about basically how to unwind biasness within the AI product?
Yes.
Being more inclusive more so?
Yeah, and how to protect our communities.
Yeah, that's a good question. I honestly don't have an answer right now. Give me a second. I also don't want to give a cliche answer of saying have a seat at the table. I mean, first you have to get a seat at the table to even have that conversation. But I will say we have to hold the people that are making these products accountable. So I work under Microsoft AI Copilot. So right now I currently have a seat at the table from a cybersecurity perspective when I see a lot of different cases around hallucination, different questions that are being asked. So basically, essentially what I'm trying to say is you have to basically embed yourself into the research, is find the gaps and weaknesses to really try to discover where the gaps are and how you can fill in that. So the only way that you can do that is making sure that you have a representation of yourself at the table. You may not be able at the table, but you should question, and the audacity of ambition is really what I'm saying.
I'll add that there are Africans who are building things, and we talked about this yesterday. if we can find those people and support them, invest in them, invest your money, your time, your energy, volunteer in their organization so that we can have, I know Dr. Namdi said here that if we had Dr. Isi and the other lady that was sitting here right now, if we had these people with Dio in the same organization, that organization would not fail because we have these bright minds together. So if you find somebody, I think maybe go on the lookout for somebody who you believe in their dream and you believe in their product or their business and invest in this. I'm talking specifically about AI because that's what we're talking about. That's how we bring ourselves to the table because we're investing our skills, our knowledge, and this might grow to be the billion-dollar company of, the next. So that's how we bring ourselves to the table.
So thank you. Thank you so much. Any last thoughts before we wrap up again from any of you or from the audience? Thank you so much for sticking with us. Thanks to AIM. Appreciate everyone's time.
All right. Can we put hands together for our panel? For every one of them. It's what a day it's been. What an incredible packed day. Wow. And all of you stayed. Let me get out of the projector. I see his face. All of you stayed to the end. I want to just quickly, we're closing up now, we're wrapping it up. But I want to take a moment to just express again on behalf of the leadership of the African American Collective, say thank you. First of all, to all of our speakers, all the panelists. Can we put hands together for all of our panelists, from the advocacy panel to the first panel, fireside chat, now the AI panel, and then all of our breakout room coordinators. How many of us attended the breakout room? You were in the breakout room. How was that? Powerful, like excellent knowledge. All of the feedback has been great. So can we put hands together for all of the facilitators? Thank you all so much. Or to everyone, people who traveled to come to be here to impart knowledge on their own dime. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I want to especially thank the AIM Impact Partners. All the volunteers of AIM, you see them wearing the shirts, doing work. They're not even in the room now because they're doing stuff. I want to especially appreciate them. The last 3 months has been hectic for us, trying to make sure we have a successful summit. We wouldn't have an event like this if it were not for all the people working. Every Tuesday we meet and we spend time just talking through how can we create something excellent. So I want to just take time to say thank you to every one of them, to our officials who, have taken up a little more than they signed up for to make sure we have an excellent event. There's our social media director just joined the team like 2 months ago, and she's transformed everything. Like if you go on our social media, it's not the same as it used to be. People just bought in and just doing stuff. So I want to really say thank you. Some people who may never be on stage to say anything, but doing the work behind the scenes. Hope doesn't like being in the scene. She's our social media person. She's our director for digital marketing, and she hates anything stage and all of that. For somebody who's really good at projecting others, she doesn't like the spotlight, so I'm shining light on her. She's not, she's probably shouting I should stop calling her name. So please, can we shout out Hope? Her name is Hope. She's excellent. She does an excellent job with social media. I'm intentionally doing it just for her because she doesn't like the spotlight. I'm looking for her trouble. But thank you all so much. And I want to especially shout out our hosts for the day, Chamaka and Mr. Sheo Shobo. Can we put hands together for our hosts of the evening? Who enjoyed all of them? Who enjoyed them? They did a great job. Chamaka has hosted back-to-back, year 1, year 2. And she'll be back in year 3, amen? She's been part of AIM even before conception, when we were meeting to talk through the vision and ideas. We used to meet every week, and she would show up, and and she's been there since the beginning. So thank you all to every one of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our vendors who came out and made this even more colorful, to everyone. And to you who came and sat down and made connections, thank you. I'll close with this, and I'll let us go with this. Great events don't make great people. Great gatherings don't make great. It's great decisions. What are you going to do after today? That's the takeaway. I need you to not just go and get excited, man. These guys are doing a great job. They're doing something great. And then tomorrow it's, no, what's going to be done differently? What are you going to do with the connections you've made, with the contacts you've taken, with the numbers you just saved on your phone, with all of the excitement you received in the breakout rooms? No, well, let's not just shout deep, deep. Wow. What are we going to do? You're like, wow, deep, say it. Okay, what next? Right? Well, we can't afford to be, nothing will change if we do nothing. Nothing will change if we do nothing. We've received a lot of information. We spent the whole day receiving information. It's time for transformation, and that transformation comes by taking action. So I urge all of us, please go out and take a step. Let's continue to be great. This is the African American Collective. God bless you, and we'll see you. Please, before I close it out, our gala, our end-of-year gala, I didn't talk about it earlier, is coming up December 7th. And I'm inviting everyone. The registration, so if you want to get the ticket now early, you can actually outside if you want to. With that said, thank you all so much. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. See you AIM 2026. See you in October for Advocacy Summit. See you at the gala. Travel safe if you came, if you flew in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Media, play some music.
Let's go back to the roots. I wanna go back to the roots. Let's take it back to the roots. Africans, yeah. I told you, we don't die, we multiply. Yes, sir. Let me introduce to you Femi Kuti. Yes, sir. Lila boy, Senior Cole. Let's work for a better tomorrow. And yes, we can. Come on. Africans, yeah. Africa is our turn. The old and the young. for where I'm from, even though sometimes water no day. Electricity no day.